Hello, everybody, and welcome to Lost Mine of Fandelver. I am Mr. DM along with my wonderful players, one of which will actually be a little late. So we're still going to continue. I should be here shortly. Just going to do a few quick announcements, and then we will get started. So first announcement, in case you missed it, we actually canceled this Monday's Monster Hearts 2 session. We had some players who were under the weather. And I always put my players first. You can ask any of my players. So when stuff like that happens, immediately I'm like, okay, we got to cancel game. Make sure that you're taken care of. Make sure you're okay. And so we rescheduled for next Monday. So Monster Hearts 2 will be next Monday at 8 p.m. rather than 7:30, but we will be continuing that. So if you're looking forward to Monster Hearts 2 and you did not get to see it, it will be next Monday, session 5 of 6. So definitely want to tune in for that. The second announcement is that this Friday there will be no Friday night. I will actually be out of state for the starting on Friday for a couple of days. So this Friday will not be canceled, but after that, we're going to continue on Fridays with it. Anytime there's a change in schedule, we will try to let you know as soon as possible. So no Friday Night Magic. And it's a shame because I've been building some amazing decks with the new sets. Definitely wanted to test them out on stream, but I will just have to wait another week. But the good news is that I have been, over the past week, I've been told by many people that I have inspired them to start playing Magic again, because they are also as excited as I am over the D&D set. So I have been making some crazy sets. I've been playing them. I can hear people's heads exploding on the other sides of the screen, even though we are not in communication. It is amazing. But unfortunately, no Friday Night Magic, but we will be back again. Tomorrow, we are coming back with our Wildmount campaign at 7:30 p.m. If you've been jonesing for that, by all means, please come see us tomorrow. And it will be at 7:30. Our players will be continuing in the Pit of Death. So take that as you want. If you haven't seen what the Pit of Death is, you better tune in because it's round 3. It's going to be interesting to say the least. And once again, you will see during the break all of the various projects that our wonderful players are currently doing. So again, Jean and Julia are part of Unconventional Heroes, where they do Dungeon Delvers, where they talk about games and all things Dungeons and Dragons. They do their own games right now. I'm also playing Jean's Lost Legacy game, which will be next Tuesday. So tune in for that. That's always a lot of fun. It's weird for me to only keep track of one player. I'm just gonna put that right out there. It's just odd. I enjoy it, don't get me wrong, but I feel like I'm not doing enough just juggling one character. But Jean has been doing an amazing job as a DM. It's been so much fun. I've been role-playing with Julia and everybody else. Amazing players on that stream too. So please, if you're not getting enough D&D out of this channel, tune in for that one as well. Matt, who's running a little late, on Mondays does Aspiring Adventures. You'll see all that information. And John, again, Tales of the Lost Hand, magic, pirates, amazing voice acting, amazing writing, all John, right? Just all John all the time. So just make it happen if you haven't already. Just support all of the projects because they're amazing. And for those who are familiar with Lost Mine, being the starter set, we are kind of in the closing sessions of this game, and the characters have made their way into the mines already, and so it's just going to be a matter of time before this campaign is done, and we will be moving forward to the next campaign. don't want to spoil the surprise of what that is just yet. I want to wait till we're actually done with this session before we start talking about next steps. But this campaign will not be, I can guarantee you, the last time that you see these, which I'm super excited about. And again, I'm very thankful to them for allowing me to keep running games. It's a pleasure and an honor. And the very last thing, I think, actually, see, Monster Hearts Magic coming back with everything. No, I think actually, yeah, I think that's it. That's it for all my announcements. All right. So with that, let us begin our session where we left. So, very last thing for anybody, just as a reminder to viewers who may not know, or to those who do may have forgotten, you can purchase inspirations using channel points for both our players and myself. You are limited by how many you can actually do for the players. You can actually do individual players or the whole group, and 2 per person. Okay, so make them count and make sure that you get them to who you want to get them to. And for me, you can only do it one time. A little more expensive. But it could be to help, or maybe not. So, depending on how you're feeling. So, with that, yes, we will now return, as you are all in Wave Echo Cave. You have made your way through a number of different areas, learning that the actual cave system here is very, very labyrinth-like, and leading to some rooms in which you have already encountered some of the danger. The first location you encountered, unfortunately, some flesh-eating ghoul who have been chomping and eating on the bones of the various dead here in the mines over who knows how long. Dealing with them, you unfortunately found another denizen of the mines, a yellow ochre, a jelly-like creature of acidic make that thankfully Bocek was able to take care of in short measure, but not without taking some damage, as again the creature was acidic in nature. Then fell upon, or you were set upon by a group of sturgeon, and one unique sturgeon, known as a Sturge King, larger than the rest and able to summon undead creatures with a wailing shriek. Thankfully, you dealt with them shortly and found that there was some kind of necromantic magic that surrounded the throat bone, if you will, of the Sturge King, that if you actually were able to find the right notes, which Gwarple was able to, you can actually summon an undead creature or 2 or 4 to your will, but it seems unstable at best. But we will see what happens if that item continues to be used. We will see if it is used in an interesting manner. But after taking damage in all of these battles, with these creatures, you decided to make your way back to the entrance of the cave to get some rest, tend to your wounds, and decide what your next steps would be and which way you would like to move through the actual cave system. That is currently. So, we are currently in a place where you can rest. It has been, I will say, just to give you a frame of reference, you have been in this cave system for at least 4.5 to 5 hours exploring. You have been taking your time in certain instances to kind of figure out where things lie. So at this point in time, even though you can't see what it is like outside, you can kind of guesstimate it's probably getting to be around duskish. So it's completely up to you whether you'd like to take a short rest or a long rest.
I think we'd agreed to go for the short. Is that, we just wanted to get our hit points back up and just kind of take stock, but we weren't, camping for the night. We wanted to check out a little bit more before.
Sure. All right, so you can take
that.
Yeah, so you take your long rest, short rest. Sorry. You can roll up whatever hit points you need to, with your hit die. And what would you like for next course of action? You did see that there were some other entrances, some other doorways. When in the further south of where you actually encountered the Sturges, that you have not explored, a little further north, Warple had seen another long corridor that led a little further north, but couldn't see past a certain point. So you do have, there are many options open to you at this.
Well, I don't know. South looks like it has 2 side rooms, and kind of like layout of cave. Maybe one of those rooms is a dead end because it's closer to the entrance.
It could go under, but it's the thing about caves. They go under. It's all twisted and they go on top and below each other. It could go under, but a lot of that looks worked.
I'll also say this, wouldn't you think if there were creatures in here, exploring and excavating, they'd be making noise? I know this large thunderous wave thing happens and it covers it, but it would have attracted the Sturges if they had blood. So I can only imagine that direction is avoided. Maybe that's why the ghouls were locked up, but they could open doors. So maybe north might be the wise answer. I don't know. I'm just wouldn't these creatures have attracted, if they were alive and had blood, that they would have attracted these threats that we are dealing with?
True. The things that, that we came in worrying about, we haven't encountered anything. We haven't encountered any of the spiders folk, the folk who murdered, Gundren's brother. So they've already been eaten by everything else in here, or they've moved past this. This area is they're not traveling through here enough for the ghouls and the Sturges to be attacking them. I don't know. We're not finding any fresh bodies, so I'm ruling out the idea that the ghouls ate them.
So, we could keep exploring the way that is likely they're not, just to kind of make sure nothing's circling behind us, because we don't know what's in here.
It's true. It's kind of a flip of the coin. The one thing I might consider, we want to check the whole place out eventually. Gundren's, assuming we get the spider and we find him and all, we're going to have to clear everything. Otherwise, we're never going to be able to, make a go of this place. If we go to the places the spider isn't, we might find some stuff that nobody's come across yet, because the Sturges and the ghouls were sitting on it. Could be useful. But if we want to try hunting the spider down directly, have you seen any evidence of travel, fresher travel than the ghouls?
I mean, unfortunately, that bone fight, everyone was everywhere. I couldn't attract if you wanted me to.
All right. Well, let's. What about the sort of more maze-like area further north? We kind of started off. We went off this way, but we've got this area over here. If you're looking at the map and see my little indicator. Yeah.
Also, while we're on that topic, real quick, DM, I don't see my token. So Basha's asleep underneath pile of rubble.
Okay. Hold on a second.
The Yater.
Oh no.
Or the Wizard Mafia gun.
I mean, Dromar, to be honest here, I trust your instincts in a cave. So I don't really. I'm gonna go with what you think is best. So if you want to go south, you want to go west, you tell me, and I'll help. But I just. This is not. I'm not familiar underground.
All right. Say we keep going in the direction we've been for at least a little bit. Let's find a couple more dead ends so we know that there's nothing that'll come up behind us before we go poking around into new areas. We got a couple of. So I say we head back to the pile of bones and check out these areas down to the south of it. Just try to see, like, look for the edges.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that.
All right. So until Bocek arrives, I will, unless there's any objections, I will actually pilot him for now. And so Bocek over there. Yeah, and you can see as you make your way that those carvings of gnomes and dwarves, basically just mining and carving into the rock, those reliefs are down on the walls of this corridor.
Basha, could you light up this rock? And DM, I'll just throw the rock down toward the end of the hallway to kind of illuminate everything.
As you do, you can see that the two openings actually lead to two more stone doors. And at the very end of the hall, it absolutely looks like a cave. There's just like heavy rocks and boulders just blocking that entire.
All right. I'll follow the lizard. Oh, yep. I'll follow them down.
All right. I guess you want me to look in the left door, see if I hear anything, and check if it's locked?
Yeah. He points down if there's dust on the floor. If there's been any travel through here, then if there's any evidence that things have come in and out of those doors recently, maybe there's something to tell us. Or if there's no disturbance, then whatever's in there hasn't ever moved in possibly 100 years.
Could I make some sort of check, DM?
Sure. Yeah, you can make a survival check.
Ooh, I have that.
13.
Drovar, you can roll a survival check.
Okay. Or I will let him take advantage and aid him in that.
Sure. So roll again. You can roll again.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. Yeah, Drovar's keen dwarven eyes get me a 23.
Nice.
Check the dust, lad. Check the dust.
All right. So yeah, down this hallway, there are a number of skeletons, but it's not as heavy and thick as the area with the sturgeon. There's only like maybe about half a dozen skeletons. But there is a thick layer of dust on the ground that has not been disturbed in many years. In fact, as you are walking through, it's very clear that you all are probably the first in a long time to venture down this particular.
This is pretty clear, Drovar. I don't see any footprints, and I looked when you told me. I don't see nothing.
All right, so I'm guessing the spider has not come this way. So we can either take a look in here, or we'll just leave it be.
I mean, you're the one who suggested we look for things in case Spider hasn't found it already. So I'm gonna start examining the door to see.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get a look over at Basha just to see if she's got a look of hidden things, secrets, or is she more like get the spider? What do you think, lady?
Do you have
I
that?
don't have opinion. Just I say we try both.
Do you have that wand that detects traps?
Oh, right, I do. Wait, didn't we? Was that wasn't today?
I think I've got that. Wait a minute.
Oh, you have it now. That's
Yeah,
right.
why
I
don't-
gave it to Drovar. Drovar has it.
If it detects traps, why don't we just use it? Because I don't feel like really.
Oh yeah. I totally forgot here.
You can
Let's
only
see.
use it 3 times a day, so be careful.
Yeah, but it's within 30 feet of me.
Yeah, we're in
Yeah,
two
yeah,
doors. That's why I
And I got
figured.
2 doors, so I will. Yeah, Drovar was like, "How do you make this thing work?"
It's just
clank, clank, clank,
you'll
clank.
break it. Oh god.
Yeah, picks his shoes on for a second and like does a spin around it and what's that? I do that.
Okay. So yeah. So as you're kind of chewing on it a little, just this is where you feel as you're just kind of like thinking and trying to actually, how does this damn thing work? If you can feel this slight connection to it, where it kind of reacted to your turn the fuck on kind of mentality, and immediately you feel this energy rush out almost like in a wave around you, searching, and after a moment that energy recedes back into the wand, and you're left with a very distinct impression that within 30 feet of you currently, there are no traps.
I don't sense any secrets here. I think it's just these doors might be locked, but they're not. There's no traps waiting for us.
Great. I'm gonna check to see if the door's locked, DM.
Make an investigation check.
$12.
You can see that the door is not locked, but there's definitely in between, from the layer of dust and actually like small rocks and stone and dirt that's kind of accumulated in front of the door. That while it's not locked, it's definitely going to take some strength to probably pull the door open. And as you look across to the other doorway, you see a similar situation where it's just pulling it.
Drover, I think this needs your lock picking expertise.
Yeah, all right.
I'll crawl across the wall.
Before you do that, make a perception check.
Who? Everybody?
Just Gorp, because he's at the.
Natural 20 for 26.
Okay. As you're talking to Drovar and letting him know, it's like, we're gonna need your brand of lock picking here. As you kind of brush the door slightly, very subtly, very faintly, it sounds like a clacking sound.
Sorry, I didn't.
Like a click clack sound.
That was strange.
Not similar to the crunching sound that was heard in the ghoul room. Something a little different, like almost like stones being banged together, almost that kind of sound.
Okay. Yeah, I can't really fully describe it, but there seems to be like a clacking sound, like hard surfaces rubbing. It doesn't sound like skeletons or ghouls, because I'm pretty familiar with what I just heard. Kind of sounds like rock on rock.
I don't know. Well, there's no official trap in there. There could be something in there, something that doesn't age, undead, obviously. They might have used some elementals or something to dig this place out. I know you command the spirits of the rock. Maybe they're trapped here.
I don't know. Here, well,
I'm trying to open the door. Let's get on with it.
Make me an athletics check.
And I'm gonna pull out my crossbow and load it and ready it for when he opens the door, because we have this light rock, so it should illuminate the room.
Perfect. What you get, Drovar?
11.
Okay, no, that's enough. You begin to kind of pull, and as you're pulling this, and again, these doors are stone doors with iron slats keeping them to get together. And as you're pulling, you can hear the stone scraping against the stone floor and pulling all of that dirt and rock and stone to the bottom in a pile just towards you. And as you open the door, Gorple, you say you had the stone with the light, yeah. And immediately the light fills this area. And as it does, you see splintered stone benches and heaps of rubble from a partially collapsed ceiling that fills this room. And you can see immediately that that's where the sound came from. You can still see rocks just falling on it. So it's very, very slightly. And amid the ruined stone bunks and toppled weapon racks are the bones of several dwarves and orcs. So let me open that. Yeah. See what.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's a lot of dead people.
A lot of
I
bones.
see many dead people.
Well, I mean, maybe there's dead people's stuff that they don't need.
Oh, I don't
Possibly.
like the look of that ceiling. That looks bad.
All right, I would like to. I'm not stepping in yet, but I'm definitely looking up at the ceiling, trying to get a sense. Does it look like this could cave in?
It looks like, and you don't even have to roll for it at this point because you've seen the effects of cave-ins. You've seen enough of these that it is definitely whatever cave-in or the thing that caused this to kind of fall in on itself seems to have been done ages ago. What you're just seeing now is just sediment and ruins. And as you actually wait there, you begin to hear the sound again of the rushing water. And you realize that the actual sound of the rushing water and the boom every 2 minutes seems to be exactly when the rocks begin to fall. And you realize that there seems to be some kind of connection between the booming sound and the rocks.
The vibrations are they're strong enough to just shake the rocks enough to just shake a little more dust off every time.
Right.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be any danger of further collapse at the point.
Okay. Ceiling looks safe. That sediment coming down. There's the dust.
Oh yes.
It's shaking it. Yeah. Well, we should give these lads and the orcs the lads. They're all lads now. Let's see what their story was. I guess he does take the great axe in case they decide to get up to start telling it themselves. And
We don't want them to tell us themselves.
No.
I hope they need to stay resting.
That'd be good, but who listens to me anyway? Okay, I step into the room, take a breath, and
All right. Does everybody else decide to kind of move in together or just
Yeah,
stay
I
in the hall?
follow.
I'm gonna stay in doorway in case collapse starts to happen. I can try something. I don't know.
Bocek is going to be like, yes, I'll stay here with you, Asha. I keep you safe.
That sounds. Yes, that is good.
watch the back door, lad.
Drovar and Gorple, as you kind of step in, again, you are crunching down mostly on the bones.
Sorry.
There's definitely floor, but it's mostly bones. And as you do, you kind of, crunching on the bones, and you're just like, ugh. And as you stop moving, continue to hear crunching of bones. And then you start seeing some of the skeletons begin to actually move.
Oh, it's story time.
No, no.
And a number of skeletons, both dwarvish and orcish, begin to raise from the piles. In fact, 9 in total.
Oh,
Lullaby and good night. Go back to sleep, little skeletons. Too late.
And so I need all of you to roll initiative.
yeah.
Yeah.
And as that happens, I'm gonna get some.
Natural 20.
I'm gonna get some.
We knew it was coming. It's just like, all right, who's getting up for? Yep, you.
Would you like me to move, DM? Because there's a skeleton right below me.
Well, it's actually the thing is, as it's rising and you're on top of it, that's actually going to impede its process of reforming because you can actually see bones knitting. So that's actually a benefit that you actually on top of.
Toe claws are going to help that action.
Absolutely. All right, so let's get some Latin music in here.
We can back out and close the door behind us. Just saying, we don't have to deal with it.
I don't want to waste a bazillion spells on this. I'll just keep shooting them unless you tell me otherwise.
We'll see. Hopefully, if we back out, they might follow us.
Go to sleep, little skelly boy.
That's that. I'm sure that always works.
Shug, where the hell are you? Get.
All right.
Where's
so,
that turn on dead when you need it?
Right, we need Shug.
Gorple, what'd you get?
18.
18. All right. Drovar?
21. I got a natural 20.
Nice. Basha?
2.
2. And I will check here. Okay, and that's going to be ooh, Bocek gets a 15. Ready? Alrighty, so top of the round is Drovar. Drovar, you can see these skeletons starting to form and rise.
Yep, I'm gonna go for the one, south of me. Just, as he's starting to come up, just no, just try to put him back down.
So I am numbering them as we speak, so that way we can name them, and you know exactly who they are.
Okay.
I have been I'm not gonna lie, I have actually very much been enjoying the fact that we come up with fantastic names for them.
All right. Well, we'll do my best. Archimedes is right to the south of me.
Yep.
So we're gonna take care of him. I am not raging.
Okay.
But you
A
could.
13, I could, but I'm fingers crossed I won't need to.
Is their armor class. So you hit.
Okay, and 13 damage, slashing. I don't know if it's magic though, so I don't know how that affects skeletons.
Okay. Not very. It doesn't affect them in the slightest. As it rises and you in one swipe just scatter it into the bones that formed it. It is no longer a threat. You have killed it.
Go to sleep.
In one blow.
Okay. Well, I know Boshek would love to get in on this party, so I'm just going to move here towards Basil.
Okay.
And be ready for next turn.
Okay. Horace is going to Horace is going to take an attack of opportunity as you did leave his melee range.
You're right. Yep.
And once again, as a reminder, for purposes of movement, Each square is 10 feet.
Right.
But for purposes of melee combat, square to square will continue to be as.
No problem.
All right. So Horus takes a swing at you with the rusted short sword that he has. And that is going to be a natural 1. Completely misses. In fact, misses and hits the ground so hard, will take 6 bludgeoning damage, but doesn't seem to affect him as much as you would expect, and only takes half. But damaged himself nonetheless in what seemed to be a very, very quick, jerky attack. But,
Okay, I've moved to that point, and that's it for me.
Alrighty, so next up is Warple.
This creature on the ground forming, is it technically prone?
It is technically prone.
I stab it with a machete.
All right, go for it. You have advantage. Because, interestingly enough, as it's trying to form, there are parts of it are actually being impeded by your mount. And so it's almost technically restrained as well, which is why you have advantage.
AC 20 for 8 piercing.
All right. So Iggy there takes 8 piercing. Yeah, and you can see most of the bones are still not formed, and it looks like it's in a rough way.
He's gonna get toe clawed.
Go for it.
AC 17.
Definitely hits.
11 more slashing.
All right. It stops immediately trying to form itself, and it is no longer.
And then we are going to move. Just so that Drovar doesn't get flanked.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Make Gorple and Drovar make a perception check, please. Right.
16.
16?
15. And I have blind sight.
Okay. Just out of the corner with the light that you have, Gorple is now kind of filling this room. And now bones and dust is being kicked up everywhere as you are now engaging with these skeleton creatures. You can see very briefly somewhere like in this back corner over here, there's a glint that reflects off of the light that seems to be partially in some of the bones. It seems out of
Bojack,
place.
we need your brand of falling on skeletons.
I'll be right there. All right.
Okay.
Something shiny back there. Ooh.
Ooh.
Shiny stuff.
Alrighty. So that was Gorple's turn. It is now the skeleton's turn. All right. So, they're all just gonna kind of move towards all of you. But you know, they're not very smart. They are undead. So Horus is going to take a swipe at you, Gorple.
All right, come on, Horace.
Alrighty, and that is going to be a 17 to hit.
That is my armor class.
All right. So with that, you will take 7 bludgeoning damage. 7 slashing damage. I'm sorry, piercing. From the rusty short sword. And then
Oh, rusty, so rusty.
and then Francis is going to take a swipe at your trusted mount there.
He's much easier to hit.
And that's going to be an 18 to hit,
That also hits.
right? And take 4 piercing damage.
He shrieks and hisses in pain, but he's ready to kill.
All right. Greg is going to take a swing at you, Gorple. Greg will hit you for 8, which I don't think hits.
I put up my trusty turtle shield, and I thrust it in the way.
Ching! As it hits, you can hear some of the rusted metal just crack off and fly into the ground, but there's still enough to actually be dangerous. And then Bob. Bob will take a swing at you, Drovar. That is going to be a 17 to hit.
That's a hit.
And you will take max damage. 8 piercing damage from there. Sure.
Should have raged.
The other skeletons, you just watch as like trying to kind of like get past their comrades, but you know, it's not a large room to begin with. And they are definitely, again, not intelligent in this. But that's all of their turns. So now it is Bocek's turn. Bocek is gonna run in and go, oh, more things for me to hit. And he is going to attack Horus. So Horus, let's see. He's going to swing. That's a 15 to hit, which hits. And he's going to use the Necro Knuckles. For this, and that is going to be 8 necrotic damage. Doesn't seem to have an effect on undead other than a lot of damage. Horus is still up. And he's gonna punch him again. He's gonna take another swing at him. And that is going to be unnatural 20. And so that is going to be 10 bludgeoning necrotic damage as you watch Bocek smash into the skull, but kind of like ram his fist down into the spine, and it just explodes into dust. Oh, these are bitches, like everything else here.
Well,
Sounds right.
fill the gap, Bocek. It's called a line.
Well, actually, no, that's as far as he could have moved. So, all right. So that's his turn. Actually, he could have only gotten here.
No, he's hyper fast.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, he could have gotten it. So 40 feet. That's where he is. Yeah, take care of Horus. He stays there. That was all his movement. It was an action and bonus. So yeah, that was Bocek's turn. Asha, it is now your turn.
All right, time to hit things. Hopefully, I'm gonna pull out Jan and point a finger of flame in the direction of. Did we name F yet?
I believe that was Francis, maybe.
Francis it is. No offense to the real Francis, we know that we love.
We can call him something else. We can call him.
Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does hit.
He will take 6 fire damage.
All right.
As Basha is like, nope, go to sleep.
Yeah, you watch as a number of the ribs just break off and char, fall to the ground, and it's just like. Still up, but definitely seems like it's having a hard time holding itself together. All right. You gonna stay in the doorway?
I'm gonna stay in the doorway.
Fair enough. Alrighty, Drovar, back to you.
Okay. I think he's just gonna take a swing at the guy right in front of him. It's Bob or Basil or whatever. He's
Yep.
he's gonna be crushed. That's okay. Oh, and I am gonna rage because there's too many of them.
Okay.
I'm taking the risk for suddenly getting hacked to death by skeletons. Okay, raid 22.
Oh, that definitely hits.
12 damage with
Oof.
the mighty great axe.
All right, and that's with your rage bonus also.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You hit it, and immediately, like its spine cracks. It's now kind of leaning at this odd tilt. It is barely up. But it is still up, kind of oddly holding its ragged, rusted short sword at this really now odd, creepy angle.
Okay, then that's it. I'm holding the line.
Okay. Warple, you're up.
Teague will press the advantage against that injured one because he's a hunter, and so he'll attack B.
The weak one.
That's a 20.
Definitely hits. Don't even have to roll because only had one hit. And it just crumples and falls to the ground in a pile.
And so Francis has already been hit, but Greg is good. All right, I'm going to attack Francis.
Okay.
AC 17.
Definitely hits.
Nine piercing. Ha!
Yeah, as you slice into and actually sever its spinal cord, it just falls into two pieces, and then the bones, not having anything to hold it together, just fall into a pile.
I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay.
I figured they'll keep moving toward us, and we won't get flanked or outmaneuvered.
Gotcha. Alrighty. So it is now the skeleton's turn. So we're gonna call this one Edgar. Edgar moves in towards Bocek. Charlie, or I don't know, what do we call this guy? Charlie, Carlos. Carlos is gonna move in towards Drovar, and then David is going to fill that gap. So Edgar is going to take a swing at Bocek. And that is going to be... Ooh, a 21 to hit. That definitely hits him.
Yes, it does.
Hey!
Yay!
Welcome back. All right, so Bocek, you take 4 piercing damage from the skeleton's rusted short sword. David is going to take a swing at Warple. And that is going to be a miss with an 8. Again, you hold up your trusty shield, and it just clatters against the shield. No effect. Greg is going to again attack Teague, as the large orcish skeleton definitely seems to want to attack the large target.
Oh, I lied. My AC is a 19. I actually didn't have my shield equipped.
Oh. Okay.
But don't retro the damage. I took it. I was like, why is it? Oh, I clicked it. Oh, it's higher. Okay.
Okay. No worries. No worries. All right. Yeah, it misses. Greg misses Teague with a 10.
Yep, I will miss.
And then Carlos, who is on this odd angle, is gonna take this attack. Actually, no, it's not. Is it Carlos? It's on the odd.
Yeah. Okay, we went for
Yeah.
Carlos.
Oh no, Bob. Oh,
Bob's dead.
oh yeah, Bob's dead. Bob's dead.
Zed's dead, baby.
Zed's dead. Carlos is going to take that swing. And that is going to be against Drovar a 23.
Yeah.
And that is going to be 3 piercing damage halved to 1.
All right.
And that is all of their turns. Bocek, it is now your turn.
Okay, so I'm going to throw elbow strikes specifically at these guys, so I don't get the bonuses from my magic gloves, but I'm not doing necrotic.
Well, I will say just before you came in, you did use the necrotic knuckles and found that it had no adverse effect on these skeletons other than pounding them.
Oh, perfect. In that case, I will punch them with the necrotic gloves.
All right.
I'm gonna punch E right in front of me. Who's that, Eddie?
Sure. That'll be Eddie.
Eddie it is.
Eddie.
He was Edgar, but then you punched an entire G out of him.
Just Eddie.
That is a 24 to hit,
Absolutely hit.
and that's 8 damage on the first swing.
Oof. Yeah, you take a number of ribs and part of the clavicle, and it immediately shatters into dust. It's barely holding itself together.
27 to hit on the second swing,
Definitely hits.
and 12 damage on that one.
Again, another skeleton pounded into literal dust as it just explodes all over the place. No longer.
And then I'll just move forward a square to make sure that they're not able to, like, surround anyone or anything like that.
Fair enough. Alrighty. Basha, it's now your turn.
Basha's gonna try a different spell than normal, which won't really matter in this context, but she's trying it out. So she's gonna be like, yeah, we are trying something different. And I'm going to cast Ray of Frost on G.
Okay.
Whatever.
Greg.
Greg.
No,
Greg.
This probably hits. Let me see. You said their AC is 13, right?
Yeah.
So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Oh, yeah.
21 to hit. Cool.
Oh, it absolutely hits.
It will take 8 frost damage.
8
when
frost.
it hit.
Alrighty. That also halves its movement, right? If I'm not
Yes,
correct.
it will be slowed by 10 feet until my next turn.
All right. Yeah, you watch as a number of its bones just get this frost all over it, encasing basically the whole rib cage, and part of the hip bones, and you just watch as the legs seem to lock up slightly, and they start to crack.
Basha kind of like nods, like, oh, interesting, very interesting, and starts like writing with her quill, like in the spell book, like notes on attack, like while you guys are still fighting. Like,
Glad we can help your research project.
All right.
hey, at least it worked.
Very nice. Top of the round, Drovar.
All right, Carlos. It's time to say goodbye to Carlos.
Farewell.
22 to hit.
Definitely hits.
15 damage.
You explode Carlos all over the side of the room. There's nothing left. It's just dust.
Okay. I will move here. And well, let's see. If these are 10 feet each, 20, I can go there. I will go there.
Perfect. You are both now flanking, which is perfect because Gorple, it is now your turn.
All right, I will order Teague to attack first as the mighty hunter.
Alrighty. Yeah, Greg is on his last legs.
AC 23.
Definitely hits.
Seven slashing.
Without issue, Teague just rips the bones asunder, no longer being able to hold itself together. Greg falls into a pile. Now it's only David.
And then we kind of rush around, weaving between our friends, and then I plunge a machete at David.
Excellent. You have advantage because of flanking.
AC 20.
Definitely hits.
6 piercing.
Alrighty. Yeah. A number of the ribs and clavicle again. The easiest targets, you're able to just cleave through some of them. A lot of its bones, you can see the bones cracking. It's having a hard time holding itself together, but it's still up. All right. So it is now the only skeleton's turn. David. He's kind of looking at Bocek, looking at you. He's gonna swing at you, Gorple, being the one that just took the swing at him. And that's going to be an 18 to hit.
That will miss as I put my sweet shield up.
And ding! Another piece of rusted metal breaks off of the short sword and flies off into a side of the room. Bocek, it is now your.
All right, taking another swing. The first one, only an 11.
Oh, it misses.
You do have advantage.
You do have
Oh,
advantage.
yeah,
though.
I do. I forgot.
Yeah, you're flanking. Yeah,
In that case, it's a 15.
definitely hits.
So first swing's 9 damage. And then I go in for a second swing.
Okay. Actually, as you're getting ready to go in for the second swing, you hit it with the first swing, and it stands there. And as you're getting ready to swing with the second swing, you watch it just shiver and shake and just. And you're not entirely sure if the first hit actually killed it, or if it just got afraid of the second punch coming in and just died of fright.
Scared the bones.
And at the moment, stand there and seem to feel like the immediate threat is now gone.
What's that shiny thing?
Yeah, there's a shiny thing over in the corner there.
I'm standing on it, I think. Look around.
My sentimentality, for all these fallen dwarves and stuff, it's like since they got up and tried to kill us, I'm like, all right, get off me. Where's your stuff?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm spaced out for like half that fight.
You did good. You did good. You beat up a bunch of skeletons. We're investigating these passages because we think that if we go to the less traveled passages, we may find some things that Spider hasn't gotten yet, so that when we get to him, we're more prepared.
Oh, cool.
And just be careful of ceiling. It probably won't cave in, but it's not stable, so don't hit your head on it.
I'll be careful. Ow!
Right, well, that's
All right.
the burn finger learns fastest. All right, moving on.
Okay. So, Gorple and Drovar, you move into the corner where you saw the shine. And as you do, you can still see many, many piles of bones and skeletons. But as you begin to kind of clear away where there's clearly something long sticking out from some of the pile, begin to move them away. And as you do, you see a rather macabre yet sad sight. You see the skeleton of clearly a dwarf, in tattered, what looked like possibly silken robes, green, but long, tattered and torn, barely covering the skeleton, and gripping tightly in both of its hands, almost as if protecting it. It seems to be a bow. A long
bow?
A long bow. And you can't get it. You can't get a clear picture because that it is. Right. He seems to be kind of like almost his whole body seems to be trying to surround this bow, but he's just a skeleton.
Okay, I will kind of give it a look to see. Wearing robes, it's like is the beard that is like still sort of around this. I mean, it's a dwarf, so I'm assuming there's some sort of facial hair that's like hanging off of the bones or fallen away near it. Is it white, long white, like an elder dwarf who died, or
there's wisps of what seem to be kind of grayish or kind of reddish hair, but it's long fallen away from the sky.
Right,
but you can still see some wisps.
Okay. All right, Elder. Let's see. Any insignia or jewelry or anything like a necklace around the bones? I don't want to I'm not trying to just pull the bow out of the arms. I'm trying to see any sense of who this was before we do that.
There is. It seems like maybe like a silver chain kind of around the neck, and in the on the end of it, as you kind of clear away like the dust of many years off of it, it is definitely
I'm very sad to say signal's going. I can't hear what you're saying. I can tell you're saying something.
Can you hear me now? No? Uh-oh. We're losing. Oh no, we're losing John. Or is it me? Can the rest of you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear you fine.
I can hear you okay.
Yeah, I think we're losing John.
Okay. Seems to be better.
All right.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, there seems to be a silver necklace, and there definitely is something hanging at the end of it. As you begin to kind of clear the dust off of it, it is absolutely a very simple metal, what looks like possibly a holy symbol, of the Alpha.
Okay. All right. I will focus on that instead, and just it's like, all right, Gorp, see if you can get that bow out of there. I'm gonna try to get this necklace off of him.
Unceremoniously, Teague will chop through his wrists, and I'll take the bow.
Yeah. As Teague just does that, the skeleton literally just falls apart, just caves in on itself. You are able to dig through and take out the necklace without issue.
I got it.
Thank you.
Warple, as you are holding this bow, this beautiful bow is of obvious dwarven construction and made to look like a branch of hard wood with dark green vines twisted around it. There are runes along the side of it, but unfortunately, you don't speak this language.
You said it's a longbow, so it's like huge in my head.
Oh, for you, yeah. Even though it seems to be about the size, that a dwarf can use it, it's for you. It's still really.
It's weird. I think it has dwarven runes.
Let me see. Are the runes in Dwarven?
As you're looking at them, they are, but a very old, archaic form of dwarf. Like, so much so, you kind of get the gist of what it says, but you're not 100% sure. And even the gist that you're getting, it's really odd because you're like, does it really say what I think it says? I'm going to send you through Discord what it says.
Okay.
I love
If
your
it
goat
if it
all
mentions
the
a goat,
time.
I'm done. That's
I can guarantee you that it does not mention a goat.
Perfect.
okay. Is it going
Alright.
into my notes? Or...
No, I'm sending it to you right now as a message. I just said.
Hold on.
I just feel like that's what Dromar's actually doing as he reads the
Yeah, just like
arcane
laughing to
route.
himself more like.
Yeah, he's kind of. What? That can't be what. Okay, that can't be what it means.
Okay, share with the class. I must know.
All right. Well, it says its name is Nutseeker.
What?
It says its name is Nutseeker. Maybe it's somehow talking about, it's all about vines and everything. Maybe it's about acorns, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
That sounds amazing. Can I see it?
Yep.
DM,
I will restring it.
Okay. Without a problem, you're able to restring it. It's odd. As you're beginning to restring it, you feel like it actually bends like vines. And then as you release it and finish stringing it, it hardens back up into the strength of a bow.
I mean, it's really big. I could use it, but I'm gonna have a little trouble. If anyone else wants to use this bow.
With a name like that, I mean, how could I say no? But let's find out what it is first. We got some. I mean, clearly this poor old fellow, he died to try to keep it from being taken. That tells me there's a story here.
All right.
Yeah,
I
hand it over to Basha, and I now look through this fallen dwarf stuff. Does he have anything else on him?
The only thing you can find on him is that necklace.
And it's a necklace. It's a religious symbol of Moradin.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So Basha kind of sits by the door with Jan out, kind of whispering strange words over the bow and waving her hands with magic as identify. And it takes 10 minutes because I'm not speeding it up.
Oh, okay. So you're casting it.
Yeah.
All right.
Dwarven spends a while thinking. He's starting to write out like things in Dwarven, going, not seeker of
all right
the heart.
So,
I don't know what these guys were thinking.
Sabasha, I am going to send you the name of what you just found. Okay. You can find it in the inventory. It should be in there. If you don't find it, but what you find. You find that is actually what it is, and that should be in. You can find that in D&D Beyond in the items, and it will tell you everything.
So I was right.
Basha's like slowly just laughing to herself in the corner, like to the point of like she has tears in her eyes and is like hugging Jan to her chest, like laughing, like.
You also, as you finish and you begin laughing, you also hear.
This is a very dwarven bow.
I believe so. Yes. Oh, so okay. I can tell you a whole story if you want to know, but I don't know if you want to know.
I would like to hear it.
I kind of want to know.
All right. All right.
Drovar pours himself a drink. It's like, this looks like it's going to be a good one.
Over 2 centuries ago, a dwarven wizard known as Magus Garum Lightforger. Do I get all this? Like, I mean,
Yeah,
since Jan- okay, good.
as the identify spell gives you the history,
Perfect.
tells you exactly what it's called, everything.
So Magus Garum Lightforger, he's one of the main enchanters in this mine. He began the work of enchanting a special bow for one of the Sylvan lords at the time. So it was during this process that the mines fell under attack by the orc hordes, and the Magus used the bow in defense of himself and his people. So with the enchantment process still incomplete and open, the feelings and impressions of the Magus during the attack, sort of along with a portion of his consciousness, was transferred into the bow, giving it its special properties and unique personality. So as he died, he used his body to shield the weapon from the eyes of any orcs, protecting it from being taken. And over time, the enchantment solidified into what this bow is today. So it does a lot of good things for you when fighting. But if you want to know its name,
Was I right?
it's Groin Seeker, the Orc Bane.
I love this bow. I can't, like, it is amazing. This guy's great. I like this dwarf.
For some
I have
reason,
I've got to return this medallion to the church for sure and light a candle to this fella. All right, so what's it do?
Okay, well, first of all, it will speak telepathically with you. I'm surprised it hasn't tried to speak with me yet.
Well, Jan kind of takes that, doesn't it?
True.
It only does that after you are able to attune to it.
Oh, yeah, you have to attune to it, so never mind. But anyway,
Oh.
it communicates telepathically with anyone that carries or wields it. It speaks and reads Common and Dwarvish, which is crazy. It can hear and has dark vision up to 120 feet. You must agree with it, or it might fight with you. So you have to kind of keep it on you. It reminds me in the way of your axe. There's like some similar kind of weirdness.
Well, I moved away from that because it was making me want to chop down entire forests. Not a bad thing necessarily, but I'd like to do it at my own free will.
But look, other than that, but the good news with it.
Everything I've heard so far seems like good.
Yeah, it's good.
news. I
You
don't
know
know.
what? I will tell in more detail to whoever wants it. I will send you.
I mean,
No, I mean, come on, you're gonna tell like what? I mean, it's clearly looking for groins. I'm kind of curious what that means.
It's magic, so okay. If you shoot it at any creature of orc ancestry, you have +3. It does it. It's like better, like it hits it better, but
Yep.
it will automatically aim for its groin. Just so you know, like automatically, that's what happens. But everybody else, it's just a little bit better at hitting +1.
All right. Well,
2 attack and damage rolls, by the way.
oh,
I know.
all right. Well, I think, given the fact that at some point I'm going to reunite with Shug, that bow is probably going to be very unhappy with me for doing it, and I don't feel like arguing with a piece of wood. So I'm happy to pass that along to somebody else, and Gorpal, perhaps you will learn some truly amazing dwarven curses that I can hear you repeat.
oh, okay. I mean, I want to know more about this guy, and then maybe if he likes me enough, he'll turn into a short bow. But if not, I'll shoot him as a longbow. It'll just be a little harder to hit. Because I got to use my legs.
You're going to have to, like, use your force of will sometimes to, like, fight him if he disagrees with you. Just know
I
that.
doubt we'll disagree. I love shooting people in the groin. That sounds delightful.
Okay.
I will say, if Shugdri joins us, you keep that thing on your back. Otherwise, I just don't have to tell him. I'm sorry, we've got this bow that hates your people. Just hates them, so
Well,
sorry.
how about you stop talking about him because the bow can hear you?
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting
The
right here.
bow's got to know what it's getting into. And
Well,
I
I've been
look at the
holding
bow
him in
like,
my lap. I feel weird about that now. Someone else please take him from me. He's been in my lap this whole time. Lucky.
All right, Corp, you got a new friend.
It's
And
like
you-
5 feet tall. At least I can fire it from Teague's back. It's so big.
And you do realize, like, you're trying to figure out, like, how you saw this shine. And as you're inspecting it, and all of you can actually see, the vines look moist, like wet. And so it wasn't that it was shiny. It was actually glistening from the light.
I mean, this does remind me of like a bow my people, like one of the speakers would do. What was that dwarf's name again?
Magus. Oh, hang on.
You can find it now that you have it. It's you
That's
can
its
actually
title.
look it up.
Magus Garum Lightforger.
Garum, like,
What is the item actually called? And I'll find it.
Groinseeker, the Orc Bane. Groinseeker is all one word, yeah.
Oh my.
All right. Yeah, sure. Well, I'm gonna hold on to it because I don't think we're gonna take an hour to sit here, and we'll keep exploring.
I think once you wake him up, though, it sounds like any of us could talk to him if we hold the bow, but like only after you wake him up by attuning to it, you know.
well, we'll find out.
Because it says anyone who carries him or wields it can hear him, so that's kind of neat. So like you could talk to him, Drovar, and ask him about like, you know, what happened here and the mines and stuff. I mean, you could too, Warble.
Oh, that's actually really wise. Hey, Garum Lightforger, I know I can't really hear you right now, but if I find any orcs, I'll definitely shoot them in the groin for you. But it's gonna be really hard because this is a really big bow.
Oh,
I'll try.
question: Is it basically like is Garum in there, or is it the bow's kind of acts like him?
The bow, it's like a piece of him is trapped inside
Alright,
the
yeah.
bow because he held it while he was dying, you know.
Yeah,
Corporal,
I've
as you ask and you say what you said, you kind of hear in your mind,
Hey, just 5 more minutes, Mom.
Hey, I'm a person and I'm carrying you. I know you're sleepy, but hey, hi, I'm Gorpal. I say this out loud because Gorpal doesn't really understand telepathy.
right.
You don't have to speak. You know what? I'll just let him go. That's fine.
No,
I do the
no,
same thing.
You
to
can, Gorpal, you can hear very light snoring in your head.
I think the bow is sleepy. I think I might actually have to kind of like bond with it, like I've bonded with Teague, for it to fully wake up. But yeah, it's definitely there.
Yeah, don't wake a sleepy
Also,
dwarf, as
he
we've
snores-
learned.
Never.
He snores identically to you, Drovar. Just
Don't know what-
saying, snores identically. I
Don't
can
know what you're
picture
talking about.
I can
Racist,
picture the flies
Dylan.
coming in and out.
No,
Anyway.
no. Oh, that's just extra snacks. No, don't know what you're talking about the snoring. All right, let's check that other door. Maybe there's a mace made by gnomes that hunts kobolds or something.
All right, let us know when he wakes up. I would like to say hello to him, just you know, so I'm polite.
I mean, I need some time to like really bond with it, but I'll let
Yeah.
you know.
yeah.
It would take an hour to attune.
But I kind of like strap it to my back, and it's like really fucking long.
Yeah, it's huge on you.
Watch yourself going through doors.
Yeah, that's fine. It'll be okay. I'll try it out.
All right. So next door.
Yep.
Alrighty. So,
Door number 2.
whoever opens that door, I need you to make an athletics check for me, please.
And I will ready groin seeker. I lean back on the saddle of Teague with my armor coupling to the saddle, and I pull with my feet, and my arms pulling the string, and my feet on the wood, with an arrow knocked. Don't worry, buddy, I'm ready.
Okay.
It
17.
is so awkward.
Oh boy.
Yeah, 17. Easily enough, you begin to open the door, and as you're opening the door, and you turn around, and you just watch Gorpal like holding the bow, sticking his feet, like it is just like the most awkward looking attack, like preparing for an attack that you've ever seen in your life.
You know when that snaps, it's gonna snap your toes, right? Like not like break that. Well, hopefully not break them. It's
Have you
gonna-
never shot a bow using your feet as a brace?
No.
Okay, well, you're not good at stuff like that, so that makes sense.
I mean, that's actually fair. I actually have no idea.
I've been small all my life. I've had to use a longbow before. I'm trained in them.
I'm going in.
All right. So, as you open the door, this chamber was once an office or storeroom of some kind. A large stone counter bisects the room, set with 3 dusty balance scales made of iron. Cubby holes carved into the north wall are stuffed with dusty paper scraps. Several long dead corpses, gnomes and orcs by the look, are sprawled across the wall.
I will nudge one of the piles of bones with my foot, waiting to see if anything gets up.
As you nudge the bones, you can hear the crackle as some of the bones just immediately crack and break. Some of them turn to dust. And as you wait just for a long moment, nothing. You hear nothing.
All right. Let's take a look in here then.
Neat. Look, there's like stuff.
As you walk in, you can see that cubby hole, but you also immediately see in the corner what looks like a very dust-covered iron strongbox.
Okay. So we'll go up there and start poking around.
Okay, make an investigation check for me.
I will too.
Basha, so make it, please.
Oh, that's good. I rolled a 3, so
19.
I'm watching the bones.
Okay, yeah, you're still preoccupied with the bones, hoping they don't get up and start attacking you. You can just see the strongbox, bones, strongbox. Basha, what'd you get?
19 investigation.
19. You can see Drovar is completely preoccupied. But you clearly see this large lock on the strong box that is clearly locked. It is definitely, it's huge, it's rusted, but it is definitely locked.
All right, it's locked. It's kind of rusty though. Someone should probably break it, or if someone wants to try and open it.
Well, we know it's not trapped, so I'll just jump over there. And I will attempt to pick the lock.
All right, make a thieves' tools check for me, please.
That's a 9.
9. You are inside the lock, picking, and wow, this should have opened already. It's really rusted on the inside. You're having a really hard time getting it open.
It's really rusty.
All right. Well, we can hack it off, I suppose. Let's see if maybe the owner of the key is one of these poor fellas. I will start searching through the bones and see what's in here.
You don't even have to make a check for this. Unfortunately, I mean, there's not as many skeletons in this room as there were in the previous locations, and you're able to go through them really quickly. No one has a key or no key.
Right. So is the lock hanging on the chest, or is it built into the chest?
It's hanging off of the chest.
Okay. Well,
And the chest itself is iron as well.
Boshek, you're raising your hand. Yeah.
Bojack starts looking through his backpack for something.
Okay.
Never mind, I thought I had, something that I don't have anymore, apparently. Maybe we use shovel to break off lock, specifically break lock and not chest itself?
Sounds good to me.
Worth a try.
I got this hammer.
I got a miner's pick. We got a couple of things we can try to just, pop it off.
I eat a good berry and feed Teak a good berry as we're waiting.
Okay.
I would like to try to use the tools to just break the rusty lock.
Okay. Make a strength check with advantage because you're using which tool specifically are you using to try and break it open?
I think I'm gonna use, if I could borrow the miner's pick, I'm just going to slip it in the ring of the lock and like push up on it to try to pop the metal.
Okay. Yeah, so you'll definitely have advantage.
With advantage, it's a 19, and thank God for that advantage, because one of those was a natural 1.
Ooh. Yeah. As you kind of slip it into the loop and just leverage it, you eventually hear the strain of the metal, and then eventually, as the lock completely breaks off. But the chest itself is intact.
Box open.
All right, let me see.
All right. You open up the chest, and inside there are 2 large sacks of. Inside there are, if you want to take the time to do so, 600 copper pieces, 180 silver pieces, 90 electrum pieces, and 60 gold pieces.
Okay.
Check the chest for a false bottom.
Will do.
Yeah, you check inside and nothing. It seems like this was overlooked, possibly in all of the kerfuffle of the orcs invading. Or possibly they couldn't get into the lock. You're not sure.
So payroll office, maybe. These cubby holes here.
This looks suspiciously like exactly what you just said.
I've been in a lot of these.
And you are now starting to get a larger picture that, considering the other room had what looked like it was kind of like a small barracks with broken weapons and weapon racks. This is the office, the large carved reliefs. You're now getting the impression this was probably the actual entrance to these rooms. Because normally this kind of configuration is somewhat normal within a lot of dwarven mining facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always at the beginning in front of the entrance.
All right. So yeah, this is actually like the original way people would come and go. He steps out and like points to the south where the cave in is. It's like folks probably came in and out through there. So this was the payroll. They pay the folks coming in and going, and a barracks across the way to protect it. Pretty standard.
All right. I have done the math. And Bochek, here is your portion. Everyone take 150 copper each, 45 silver, 22 electrum, and 15 gold. And there's just 2 extra electrum for the pot, but I'm just taking it for now. So in general, if there's ever something you need to buy for all of us, I will handle it since I have all the extra money at this point. And I've also, over time, tried to start giving it back in. Like if something's uneven, I need to change the number. I can do that, and I have, but otherwise it's just like a few pieces here and there. So.
All right. Well, all right. We know this much now. Let's see. So, looking at the big map here, we could start going east past the skeletons, where the sturges were, and go off into completely new territory. Or we could start making our way back and go up north and west, back through the rectangular hallways and that labyrinth sort of area.
I'm just going to say, if your theory is correct, I feel like going east is going to be the direction where we find things that maybe the spider hasn't found yet. Because they would have had to cross either the ghoul room or the sturge room if they wanted to go that way.
True. All right. Well, if no one has objections, we'll head up to the east then. Keep on going through these more irregular tunnels for a bit.
Okay. All right. So you all begin making your way to the east of what we'll call the Sturge area. And as you do, you begin to make your way through that tunnel. And Gorple, as the person in the lead, you begin to smell this kind of, for you specifically, a somewhat familiar smell. A very moist, dense smell of plant life. And as you begin to venture a little further into that area, you can also see a very, very light, slight green glow coming from that area.
It smells like algae, and I think it's bioluminescent.
As you enter this area, I will. Let's see. Dense carpets of weird fungi cover large sections of the floor in this cabin. The growth includes puffballs a foot across, weird shelf fungus growing on stalagmites, and large stalks and caps, a good 5 feet tall. Some of the puffballs glow with an eerie green phosphorus.
I don't like that.
I mean, Bochek, I know you're eating, but you had your hand raised.
What does bioluminescent mean?
Glows in the dark.
It means
Glowing.
it glows naturally, but I will say, looking at that fungus, it's probably poisonous.
I pick up a bone. And from as far away as I possibly can, I want to throw it into the pile of the fungus.
Okay. You'd have to get closer because, again, as a reminder, each square is 10 feet. So I would say you would have to get to actually hit the beginnings of the carpet of fungus on the ground. Yeah, where you're at is probably the perfect place. So what exactly are you throwing? You said a rock?
Sure, a rock. I was gonna pick up one of the bones, but a rock probably smarter.
Okay. So you pick up a rock, and you throw it. Make me just a general strength check. You see how far you.
15.
Okay. So yeah, you throw the rock. As you do, it hits this area right here. And as it does, you see this light kind of green, what looks like smoke, just come up from the actual ground as it hits.
Could I make a nature check if I've seen anything similar to this and how I would know, like, maybe a safe way to pass through?
Sure. Make a survival check. This would definitely be survival more than nature.
I got both. That's a 19.
19. Oh yeah, that was poisonous gas. You've seen this absolutely before. And honestly, the only way to get past this is you definitely want to try and hold your breath for as long as possible. But you're not 100% sure because this is underground fungus. You're more used to above ground. You're not sure if this is absorbed through the skin or you have to breathe. Most of the time, 90% of the time, it's breathable. But underground fungus, there's always that kind of little. It could be absorbable.
How tall is the ceiling?
The ceiling is this particular room, because it is not carved and it seems to be a natural cavern. Ceilings look to be about maybe 25 or 30 feet.
All right. So it seems like if you move too close, it reacts. Holding your breath might be safe, but I don't know if it's absorbed through the skin.
Okay.
Now-
Go ahead.
Myself and T can climb. We could scale. I mean, I'm probably not going to be affected by the spores, but we could climb through to the other side. I could also walk in and see if they react multiple times.
Why
And
don't
then-
I? Okay.
What are you thinking?
No, I was just gonna say, why don't I just keep shooting fire at them until they die, or like freeze them to death
I
or
mean-
something?
Because they're natural and we're in their home.
I guess that's fair.
Like this
But,
is
like-
just fungus. It's not. It's natural here. It belongs. We don't.
I know, but like, I don't know if we can get by through there so quickly. I guess we can try.
Well, we gotta take a look. Yeah.
I mean, the thing what I could do is I could move through it, try to see if I can pick a path that doesn't react,
Yeah.
and at least I'll see what's on the other side.
Yeah, maybe if you've set off some of it, maybe it can't do it again for a while. You know, it's whatever the dust is.
Okay.
You
All
can't
right, well-
do it regularly.
Okay, well, how about I head to the one that Bocek threw a bone at?
Okay.
Yep.
Well, as you're actually having this conversation, you're watching this dust or gas. You're not 100% sure exactly, but you can see it still sitting in the air. Like it hasn't dissipated yet. It is. You can watch it
I got this.
slowly.
Geyser!
I thought you said they were natural and we shouldn't destroy them. Whatever. It's
No,
fine.
I'm shooting like down the pathway of the poison gas to like spray it with water.
Perfect.
Geyser!
Those moments of regret buying
Geyser!
something happen. Never.
He's just been waiting for a chance to actually
Yep.
find that has a practical value in the game.
Yeah, if you soak the mushrooms, they can't shoot spores because they're too heavy because they're soaking wet. Geyser!
Okay. So as you're doing this, are you spraying the gas or the carpet of fungus itself?
So first I'm gonna spray a line through the gas,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna aim it angled so it shoots up and kind of like waters down the fungus.
Okay. So you watch. So at first, as you're shooting through the gas, the water actually disperses the gas. You watch it as it begins to kind of subside, and then as it hits the fungus on the opposite side, you watch it. More gas begin to release, and you're starting to get the impression it's pressure on the fungus that releases this gas. Now, there's so much water coming out that as the gas comes out, it is immediately dispersed and depressed, but the gas continues to kind of come from the fungus. So yeah, it seems that pressure is what activates the gas. The water is helping to keep it from not settling in the air for a number of times, but that's what you learn.
All right, so I can clear the gasway, and then you hold your breath and run and don't touch anything.
It sounds, it's either that or we try to find another way around. Looking at the map, we've got this. Let me see if I've got that right.
Well, hold on 1 second. DM, are those rocks?
Those are stalagmites. Yeah,
So they're the ones on the ground, not the ones in the ceiling?
yeah, they're on the ground. They're sticking.
I mean, you could probably just hop rock to rock like this. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Now I've got those really nice boots.
You do watch Gorpal jump from stalagmite to stalagmite, and then realize that there are fungus growing on the stalagmites as he jumps on them, and more gas releases. Doesn't seem to affect Gorpal in the least.
Ah! No, I'm joking. It feels kind of nice. I kind of want to roll around in the dirt, but anyway.
So,
But here, how about this? I got this. So I'm just gonna geyser down that lineway to clear the gas. I'm like, there. That'll at least clear that gas, and you come to me. But you got to be very careful. As
All
you
right.
hold your
Alright.
breath and move, and try not to touch any of the fungus.
Okay. I will
Okay.
just like.
All right. So, everybody who's passing through where Gorple is, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. And because Gorple is doing what he's doing, it's going to be with everybody gets advantage.
Oh, that's a dwarf I had
And
advantage anyway.
Drovar would have gotten advantage anyway, because it's poison. But Basha, what'd you get?
Thank you for that advantage. I crit plus 2, so 22.
Very nice. Bocek, what'd you get?
12.
Okay. Gorple, you're immune. Drovar, what'd you get?
14.
14. All right, so you all hold your breath and you can feel the moist, wet fungus as you're running. And interesting, because now that they're all soaked, because they've been geysered, as Gorple said multiple times, rather than this sound, you absolutely hear with each footstep as the gas does try to continue to rise, but you are running and booking your way past to where the onto the other side where Gorple is, and you all are successful in your saving throws and not affected by the poison of this fungus.
And then, not to show off, I whistle and Teague just climbs the ceiling
Yeah,
above everything.
yeah, just climbs around the ceiling, carefully avoiding any small, minute patches of fungus, and you all make your way to this area. Let me open that up. See what that looks like.
I love this thing. I want you to know this is the best debt I've ever had.
They're gonna sing songs about us, getting through the room of the farting fungus.
I hope they don't sing that song. I don't want to know.
Oh no, they will. Nope.
I hope they at
and-
least make it classy somehow. I don't know how they will, but they'll figure out a way.
And
They won't. No.
as you get through this area, it's interesting. Not only is the sound of the thunder and waves actually starting to get a little louder, you walk into this cavern and immediately you have to kind of like close your eyes and shake your head for a moment, because just for a second you feel as if you are now in the open night sky. But as your eyes begin to readjust, you realize, no, you're still in a cavern, but it's these glittering minerals in the ceiling that almost almost mimic an evening sky, starry sky. And this large cavern catches the light in such a way that it just shakes all of you just for a moment. Dozens of skeletons, many crushed under fallen debris, are scattered across the floor. The cave is large enough that it contains 2 freestanding structures. Each of these stone buildings, and you see 2 of them, is proportioned for human use, as opposed to dwarf-sized doorways and furnishings you've seen elsewhere. Both structures have battered and blackened masonry walls. Their double doors cracked and scorched. The cavern is divided by an escarpment into which a flight of stairs has been cut. The passages lead out of this area to the north, the south, and the west. So you are currently in the southern part of this area. And when we get back from break, I will show you the northern part as well. So that's where we're going to take our break. And we will see what we see when we get back. All right. So thank you, everybody, for joining us. We'll be back in a few minutes. See you then. right, folks, we are back. Yeah, and thank you. I want to thank Oslatus, who pointed out that our inspirations were actually locked at the beginning of the stream. So yeah, I am unfortunately I am without mods. I've been modding myself throughout everything tonight. So unfortunately, like I forgot about that. So I apologize. It's okay. Yeah, and my super mod Donna, she's actually not feeling well, which is why she's not modding. So she's resting right now. But yeah, it's I want to apologize and thank you again, Oslatus, for pointing that out. I would be more mindful in the future about it. All right, so now that we are back, yes, this cavern that you are currently in is split into two. One resting on a little higher of an escarpment. I'm going to kind of zoom out a little so you all can actually see what our players see. And yeah, you are currently standing in front of one of these large with these double doors. These large blackened masonry walls. You can see very clearly that these doors are blackened and scorched. But higher up, to the north, you see the carved stairs. There is another large room, large escarpment, basically some kind of carved side room as well. But this whole area, this whole cavern, definitely, like, again, your eyes play that trick of the light on you, as you feel like you're almost like in an open sky. So what would you like to do?
Well, no stone unturned. Looks like there's a door.
I guess we open it. I will be ready to blast it with spell you guys can open.
Yeah, I'll ready my foot bow.
Weird. Just weird.
I knock on the door.
Okay. First thing you notice, Bocek, as you walk up to knock on the door, is that the doors are cracked, as I said, and scorched, but the iron hinges are partially melted. And very clearly, if you are going to try and get into this room, it's definitely going to take some elbow grease to get in here. But you knock, and it echoes throughout this cavern. Minute goes by.
Here's a crowbar, big guy.
Okay.
All right.
I try to crowbar the doors open.
All right. Make a strength check with advantage because you're using the crowbar.
I always have the right tools for the job.
22.
22. All right. Yeah, easy enough. You actually just wedge the crowbar into the door, into actually one of the cracks. And as you and it just, you literally separate one door from itself. And you watch as it just falls over into the room. There's now about, I want to say, a 4.5, 5 foot wide gap that will allow you to enter this room without an issue.
It's open.
Oh boy.
All right, let's go in.
All right. So you enter the room. Let me pop that open for you. All right. So, as you enter this room, dust, ash, walls, blackened by fire, heaps of debris beneath the sagging ceiling show that this room was damaged by some kind of destructive blast. The furnishings, tables, chairs, bookshelves, beds, all are charred or splintered, but otherwise well preserved. A scorched iron chest stands near the foot of one of the beds.
Well,
As you enter the room and begin to kind of look around, what would you like to do?
no time like present to open chest, right?
I mean, isn't there a door? I see a door at Bochek's
Yes,
feet.
I am standing in the front of other door, I think.
Yep, there's another door.
You can open it. I'll stand back here. I'm ready.
I push the door open.
Okay. 1 second. All right. As you go, push the door open, which also is scorched, but seems to be much easier to move. Corporal, you get this cold feeling. And as you're trying to figure out what's happening, you see rising out of the ground beneath yours and Teague's feet, beginning to kind of rise and actually pass through you.
Oh, this is creepy. There's something here.
Oh,
Right, get back.
And you all watch.
Nope, don't get back.
You all watch as it floats through you and into the middle of the room. And you can see this translucent figure where there's almost this red glow coming from within its chest and also from its eyes. And as it rises, it begins to speak to all of you.
Your presence is offensive to me. Your life, forfeit. My treasures are mine alone, not yours to plunder.
We
as
did knock.
And it's as it says this, it's just you can watch that glow get a little brighter, but it's just standing there looking at all of you, almost as if waiting for some kind of answer or response.
We did knock.
Kind of cocks his head and looks at you in a very almost quizzical way.
Why do you offend my senses with your presence?
Well, we can just leave. You know, if it's your treasures and everything, we can leave you to it.
this is weird.
It is not as simple as that. You have entered my domain. I require gifts for you to leave unmolested.
Not to be impertinent, whose domain is this?
I am a Mormask, and this is my domain.
Are there any cups or anything in the debris around the building?
You could probably find some shattered pieces of cups or anything.
No, metal mug lying around?
Oh, you could probably find one. It's kind of badly bruised and dented, but it will hold liquid if that's what you're looking for.
Yep, I pick it up and pour this spirit of beer. Here's a gift from Bochek. Bochek worked very hard making himself.
You actually feel the cup in your hand, and it feels like it's trying to tug itself away from you. Do you release it?
Yeah.
As you release it, It goes flying into one of the walls and just splatters across the walls.
I require magic. Magic. Something I can feel. The magic you all possess. Grant me a gift, and you shall leave unharmed.
Is this creature clearly undead?
Make a general intelligence check.
I was gonna ask if I can make an Arcana check anyway.
Yeah, you
That's-
can. Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
cool.
Absolutely.
I got a big 5, but I really don't like undead, so I'm like, I don't know what's going on here.
You get. It looks like a ghost to you,
I don't like ghosts.
Basha.
24 Arcana.
Oh, you're looking at it, and while it is translucent, it's holding a staff. It is clearly in what look like wizardly robes to you. And the glow is what gives it away. This is not just any undead. This is a wraith. Wraiths
Oh.
are very, very evil undead. And the fact that it's parlaying with you might actually give you a chance to get out of here, because it clearly wants something. And it has not attacked you yet, but given an opportunity, it will. And you know this.
Yeah, I'm gonna like reach kind of like a shaky hand out towards Gorple and be like, Gorple, we should listen to Mormusk here, the wizard, the great wizard Mormusk, and see what he wants. It wants. Sorry, I don't know your gender.
I will pull out a scroll.
Oh yeah. That's good. Yes.
I
Mormusk
got a
would like
magic
that.
scroll. You can have it.
Its head immediately whips to you.
Ugh. That's terrifying.
Yes, I sense the magic.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
I got 12.
No.
It reaches out its hand and opens it towards you, waiting
Try to
for you to
get
give it to him.
I try to give it to him as far without getting anywhere close to his hand.
You get just on the edge of his hand and you just kind of drop it. And you think, considering that it went through you, you feel like it's going to go through his hand, but it grabs it. Then it takes it, it looks at it for a moment. And you watch as it pulls its robes back and the light gets just slightly brighter. It slides it into its robes. And the scroll just disappears. You
may all leave. However, should you care for anything else in my domain, here.
And he just motions to the room. And you're getting the sense that his domain is this room.
If you take care of something for me, you flesh-ridden intruders, and take some of the things I don't care for. I have some coin, if you wish it. But you must kill the Guardian.
Guardian. Thank you, Mormusk, the magnanimous. What Guardian do you speak?
The guardian of these caves, left here long ago. He is my nemesis. I wish him gone, so I may claim more domain.
What was the name? DM Shilog?
Oh no, he said the Guardian.
Yeah, the Guardian. Oh, he didn't give a name. Just the
No, he
Guardian
didn't
of
give-
the
yeah.
caves needs to be gone before he can claim more domain. Got it.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Yes. We will look into this thing. I'm assuming the Guardian's like out there, not like in here with you. Correct?
He raises a hand and he points in the direction of the other room that you saw higher.
Oh.
In the other chamber, the guardian rests. His vigil everlasting. But stay away from my chest. I will grant you the money. Feel free to peruse anything else you wish. Thank you for the boon of your gift.
And you watch as he begins to slowly melt into the ground.
Basha like full body shivers, like oh god.
And he just disappears.
Right, let's go step outside over here.
You don't want to go see what the other room is. You don't
Yeah.
want to go see what this Guardian is.
Oh, well, maybe, but let's just step outside of the
Yeah,
room
just for
before
1
we
second.
talk about this.
And,
Okay,
and
sure.
Bocek,
Sure.
before you actually exit the room, because you were in the middle of opening the door to the next room, when the spirit actually showed up. Now that he's actually gone, and the door is partially open as you have pushed it open, you can see that there is kind of like what looks like a broken table on the ground, and there's some books and papers just kind of strewn on the ground. Small little room. But that's all you see in that quick moment.
I'm just going to. Do the books like look completely destroyed?
There are like 2 or 3 books that seem to be somewhat intact.
I'm going to grab a random one of the intact books as I turn around to leave.
Okay. So you grab one of the books, and you turn around and you leave the room.
Basha, I get you a book.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'll take it, and she'll take it. She's like, okay, are they out? Are we going outside? Are we stepping outside for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everybody else is out.
Okay, all right. Ooh. Sorry, it wouldn't let me move myself to be with you. All right, so that was a wraith. They're very evil.
Wraith, okay.
Yes, it would be very hard for us to kill it. So it's amazing that it even like spoke with us and was willing to talk to us, because normally they're like really evil and they like
Okay,
drain your life and they're horrible. It's awful creatures.
I get what you're saying, but if we help this creature, it's going to betray us with what you just told us.
We could always just walk away. I'm gonna see what this book is, though.
We have to clear out the
Bojack
mine
gave me.
anyway.
I know. I'm gonna look at the book that Bojack got for me just to see what it is.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Ooh. 22.
22. First off, you're very impressed that this book is actually intact. While it is covered in in a layer of dust and such, unlike most of the papers and things that you've seen so far in some of the rooms, it's not instantly falling apart in your hand. In fact, this book actually seems pretty sturdy, and as you inspect it, you notice 2 things. One, there is some kind of enchantment over this book. And as you begin to kind of go through the pages and look through it, you see pictures of like mining materials and mining tools and things like that, but everything else is written. And at this point, you recognize the language, but you definitely don't speak it. Everything is written in Dwarf. So that's the first thing you notice. Second thing you notice, that as you're kind of like going through the pages and you're kind of very excited because why is there an enchantment in this book? As you're getting ready to close the book, you stop. You almost missed it, but there is a page on the front of the book that is actually sewn into the cover. And you notice this because part of the sewing, which is very, very easy to miss, is actually starting to fray. And as you kind of like slowly begin to pull back this frayed, like almost clear thread, page comes back and there is a folded piece of paper that is kind of hidden inside of this hidden area.
I'm gonna look at that paper, but I'm gonna take the paper, but I'm gonna hand the book to Drovar and be like, I think you can read this.
I see here.
So you take the paper, you open it up, and it's very clearly a large map.
Ooh, look at this.
It's kind of folded like 3 or 4 times. So you kind of open it. There is no writing on it. It is just it's very, very odd.
Does it look like anywhere that we've been so far? Like, do I recognize it, or is it not something I've ever seen before?
It's definitely not something you've seen before, but I will say, I'm going to give you a chance. It's a very high DC. Make a history check.
I crit on the die. That was the lucky kiss. All right, hang on. That's 24.
24 in total? Okay. I have no idea. This is a map that you would actually have to take with you to a research facility, a library, something, and begin the arduous process of trying to figure out where this map is to, what location it is. But again, there is no writing on this map that you can see. There's no directions, nothing, but it is clearly a large map. And again, you're not even sure if it's a mine or a cavern, or it definitely doesn't look like it's this. But there's something like cavernous or to it that you would need to research this to try and find out.
Well,
yeah, Basha's like holding it out and looking at it, and she's like, "Yes, I have no idea where this could be. This is going. I may have to take this back to the Wizard Mafia.
Well, I
know what this is.
I have some library contacts that owe me some favors as a heads up. Like the world's biggest library. It's in the middle of Neverwinter. They really like me.
Nice. That's.
I met them like right before we all left, and they were like, "Man, we love you and want to see you more and owe you favors." And I said, "Sure." That's how I got the maps to get here.
We'll talk to them about it then when we take it back. I'll hold on to it for now.
But back to the main thing, I think we need to kill that creature for permanent reasons because we're going to have to do it anyway, and it's going to betray us once we defeat the Guardian.
Well, let's talk to Guardian, see if maybe he have stick to poke creature with.
Yeah. Oh wait, what if the Guardian's also an evil creature? And then we have 2 evil creatures to fight.
Well, they clearly don't get along. I mean, maybe this Wraith, as you say, he's kind of looks like he just thinks that room is his domain.
I mean, he does.
Maybe he can't leave. Maybe the Guardian keeps him in there.
Have you seen a wizard when they're like in their room and how they get? I mean, maybe you haven't really, but like, I mean, I understand.
I've seen you.
Yeah, but you. Okay, that's fair. But you haven't seen my room. None of you have seen my room. I didn't let you see my bedroom.
That you know
that's like
about.
my space, so I get it.
Corbo.
Well, I stuck around her house.
Okay, fine. What you did. Anyway.
We've been in the house. We've been on camping, and you've had your room to yourself up back in Fandelver. We get the idea.
Yeah, so he's just like super possessive of his space. It does make me curious what's in that chest, though. All right, let's go see.
Right, never seen that behavior before with anyone.
I'm just gonna say, okay, I know you say you want to go to this Guardian, But like, if this guardian is the thing and we fight it and we win, what's to stop him from killing us once he realizes he's free?
Oh, I was thinking maybe it would like team up with us to fight him or something. Since
Yeah.
we hate each other.
But what happens if it doesn't?
Well,
We don't know.
then we'll kick both their asses.
All right.
Right.
Sounds good.
Okay, so you're saying this thing, whatever it is,
Well-
Wraith thing, it's not to be underestimated. It's tougher kind of undead than we faced before.
So yeah, so GM, since I did roll so high on that, do I think we can fight this like with our current firepower? Do I think this is something we'd have to come back for? Like in my opinion, for my educated opinion.
I would say, with your educated opinion, in your educated opinion, especially with that roll, that it's definitely possible for the four of you to take it, but should you make the wrong move or it gets lucky, and you know this again because of what you knowing that it's a wraith, it can instantly kill any of you. Instantly, if it gets a lucky hit. Not unconscious, instant death.
Yeah.
That is how dangerous it is. But it is possible for the four of you to take it.
Look, we can try. We could probably kill it, like the lot of us, but just so you understand, if it's by some chance, some miracle, like gets lucky and hits us, we could be dead. Like instant dead. Like I couldn't stop it, you couldn't stop it, like you would just be dead.
All right, so if we can kill it, what are ways that you've heard of? Is it like vulnerable to silver or something that like a blessed thing or something?
It is kind of undead, so...
Right, are there things that hurt it more and some things that don't hurt it at all? I mean, it came through the wall.
DM, do I know the stuff I know?
Yeah,
I know as a player.
With the role that you had, you know everything there is to know about the raid. So,
Yes, so
I'll tell you everything.
Yeah, you tell me.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm pretty sure I remembered, but I don't know.
Yeah, it is resistant to most forms of damage, including acid, cold, fire, lightning, and thunder. Non-magical weapons. It is resistant to all non-magical weapons that aren't silvered. It is immune to necrotic and poison. And it is immune to these conditions: charmed, grappled, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, and restrained.
You still want to fight it?
I mean,
Well, let's see.
I have magic sword.
Yeah, the two of us each have weapons that'll do damage. He's got the bow if he can get to talking with the dwarf.
I gotta wake it up.
You didn't
gotta
mention
wake it up.
force damage, right? So
Force. Yeah, you didn't mention force damage.
I can
so
do force damage.
I can just
Yeah.
blast it real
magic
hard.
missiles. Yeah, Dwarver doesn't know. Magic missile, A-OK for incorporeal things. Basically, the tactics are we can do it, but it's, if it doesn't work, it will go badly.
All right.
I don't want to fight it. Like, I'll be perfectly honest. I'd rather walk away and come back later, but bring others to help take it down. But I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm going to knock on door now.
Okay, I go up to go follow Boshek. I just look at Boshek and say, just keep in mind, if we bring in others, they get dibs on what's in that box too.
Damn it! Oh, what if there's spell stuff?
Yes, I know you. He pats you on the head and we move on.
How? I have to bend down.
I'm not that short.
Okay, fine, that's true.
I'm not a hobbit.
She's also only 5 foot.
Yeah, he pats you on the shoulder. It's just like,
yeah, okay.
I know you. Come on.
Right, fine.
The other thing,
You got the heart of a dwarf when it comes to loot.
Yeah, the other thing you do know, Basha, and you're loath to actually even mention it to everybody, but just so you're aware, it does have its biggest vulnerability is that it is sensitive to sunlight, but that's not going to help you here underground.
It's sensitive to sunlight. If anyone has any nice sun weapons, swords forged from the sun itself, maybe, or
Let me check my back pocket.
You're right.
I'm fresh out.
Fresh out of sun.
No,
Look, we're underground.
Got a spare copper. Only put that in the bag with the rest of things. Nope, no light bearing weapons.
All right,
All
I
right.
guess we should knock on the door and call
Okay.
him up.
So Drover, you still have the book.
Yeah,
let
just
him touch
glance. Just I glance at it. You know.
Oh yeah.
Is it in the archaic sort of dwarven dialect that the bow runes were in?
It is. But the gist that you're able to make out is it is essentially saying where certain veins of ore have been found, how much they've been able to excavate, how much they've been able to sell, and this is literally like just the book itself is just saying it's just tracking everything that they were doing as far as mining, like purchasing items, the special equipment that was needed to mine certain ores, certain elements that they found here, and like it's you definitely need to sit down to get more specifics with it and like take some time. But you can tell why this book was probably enchanted to save this information, because this is very valuable information.
So what is the enchantment? I'll ask Basha that. It's like, okay, well, if the map's not the magic thing, what's so magic about this book?
I mean,
Because I tell her what's in it. You know, it's like it's basically a record of this place. You know, all of the excavation and all the stuff that they brought in.
So, I mean, I would have to sit down for 10 minutes. You'd have to wait because I'm
Okay,
I don't want to
we
do
can
that.
wait.
But my guess, my brain guess, is perhaps there's something about the mines that they're trying to hide, right? So maybe there's some information hidden in it.
The other thing I would say, I don't really know much about your name stealing magic, but I know in Chult, some of the papers and more fragile textiles can be preserved with minor magic. So it might have something, because this book is still intact, and you said it's really ancient.
Yeah.
So maybe
true.
it has some sort of preservation magic to keep it from rotting.
Oh,
Perhaps.
well, that could be. All right.
Well,
I will
yeah.
put it in my bag and we'll look at it later.
I'll look at it later, though. I promise. I just don't want to do it right away, right now, because I want to save. I have other things I can do, and I'd rather do that when I fight something, you know?
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty. So you're at the doors. Bocek, you're knocking? All right.
Yes.
You don't hear anything. Make a perception check.
16.
16. So you notice, almost similar to the other room, the doors here also charred, blackened, hinges again also melted. And you can hear what sounds like the crackle of a fire.
Hello, Mr. Guardian or Mrs. Guardian or the Guardian. Guardian.
You feel like you can open the door, but you would need to force it open.
Take the crowbar.
Okay. Strength check with advantage.
Okay. Axe in hand, ready to.
This time, 24.
24. Yeah, you actually pry the door ajar and are able to kind of force it slightly open. And again, now you have it is open enough, and there is this green light that is kind of like fading in and out that you can see at the beginning of the door.
Hello, are you good or evil?
There's no response.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I feel like this is a trap.
All right, well, I'm gonna go in, I guess.
Wait! Trap! Hold on! Ah! And I take out the wand and like.
Oh, I don't think it's like that kind of trap. Oh,
Too late.
whatever. Too late.
30 feet.
30
Secret
feet.
doors
All
and
right.
traps.
Okay. You feel that magic pulse out from you, and then it recedes, and you feel like there are no traps within 30 feet of this area.
All right. Well, the Guardian's not a trap.
Well, it still might be a different kind of.
All right, well,
There might be something in there waiting to jump us, but it's
All right, well,
not.
let's find
Somebody
out.
built, the big scythe and cuts you in half. None of that.
Bojack, do you see anything in there?
I see glowing green.
All right. Well,
I'm
let's
just
go
gonna
in.
walk in.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
I
Okay.
also walk.
Oh
right.
God.
So, Bocek and Gorple, this large workshop was badly damaged by the ancient spell battle that laid waste to this mine. Work tables taking up 2 corners of the room are scorched, and the plaster has been burned off of the masonry walls. In the middle of the room, a stone pedestal holds a small brazier in which an eerie green flame dances and crackles. The brazier and its pedestal appear to have been untouched by the forces that destroyed this area. Behind that brazier of green flame floats a spherical creature measuring roughly 4 feet in diameter. 4 eye stalks protrude from its central mass, 2 on each side. In the center of the body is a large eye that opens and stares at you. And as you enter the room, you hear in your mind a thick, burbling voice say,
Oh, hello.
How are you? Hello, I am Bojack.
Oh, hello. It's nice to meet you, Bojack. Why, are you the help?
We're kind of help. We are trying to clear mine of problems.
Oh, what problems would that be? I would be very curious to understand what those problems are.
Douchebag next door seemed to be problem.
Douchebag next. Oh, you mean that Orbeth guy?
Yes.
Yes, that
Yes.
one.
Yeah, those visiting dignitaries, you know how they are.
Right.
Yeah, they're the worst.
So, there's more if you like. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to meet all.
Oh, well, what's your name?
That's a good question.
and he watches the eyes all like his big eye in the center kind of like looks up like he's thinking really hard, and his eye stalks actually like scratch his head as he seems to really be thinking about what his name is. And he just finally kind of looks, he kind of like,
Well, I'll be damned. I don't remember what my name is, but you know what? It's okay. You can call me whatever you like. What do you think is a good name for me?
I lean over to Bojack and go, all right, so that thing has a mouth. It has 5 eyes. I don't see a butthole. How does it poop? It's very curiosity.
I lean over. I don't know, but it's my new best friend.
All right. What should we
Okay.
call it?
How about your name is Iggy?
Iggy. Sure, I like that. Iggy it is. So,
Okay.
so were you just hired on?
The Rock Seekers hired us.
Recently.
I'm not familiar with them. Are they part of the new crew that's coming in to clear up some of the platinum mines?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
I need all of you to make a deception check for me, please.
Oh no.
To be fair, I wasn't deceiving. I was
He
trying to
just doesn't
remember.
Yeah.
No.
So Bojack, because Bojack is Bojack. Bojack, you make a persuasion check for me. Basha and Drovar make deception checks because Gorple didn't actually say yes.
Yeah, I just look and I lick my eyes before I say
18.
anything.
18? Okay, Drovar?
18.
18.
What? Hey! High
All right.
five.
Yeah, so Iggy kind of looks at all of you for a moment. The eye stalk's kind of like looking at all of you. And you, again, you're all hearing this in your minds. Like his mouth is not moving at all. And he just kind of looks at you all for a moment and he goes,
Oh, well, yeah, I'm so glad that you finally got here. I mean, granted, you're all a little late, and that's okay. But, better late than never. So, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Are you starting right away, or are you just here to, like, get your quarters all set up, and then you're just gonna start here in the forge?
Well,
It's a bit of both.
It's been a very, 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 very long time. New management and everything. We were sent in here to take care of undead and stuff that have moved in since old management got.
You actually hear like a very audible sigh that actually comes out of his mouth, and he goes,
You know, I'm always the last guy to tell these things to. I have no idea that we're under new management now. Like, this is incredible. You know, I'm here for all these years. I'm doing exactly what they want me to do, and nobody tells me anything. I'm doing it all by myself. Like that Mormouth guy, he keeps sending his ghouls and his zombies here, and they keep trying to wreck my shit, and it's really pissing me off, and I've been doing this by myself. And don't get me wrong, I'm very glad that you're all here, but come on, like, I mean, just help a guy out, you know?
Dude, we are friends with new management. We could get you promotion.
Yeah, actually.
Well, not really looking for promotion. To be very honest, it would just be very nice to go back to my home plane.
Oh.
Well, what's the terms of the deal that brought you here?
Well, you know what, see, you know what, I don't even get paid enough to do orientations either. So, well, you know what, but you all seem pretty nice, so I'll let you end on this skinny. So, I'm apparently Iggy, and I am the guardian of the Forger's Spell. And you are in the Forger's Spell. And my job is basically, you know, to make sure everything stays on the up and up. Nobody uses the forge without proper authorization. You know, anybody tries to steal anything, I put the kibosh on that, you know, that kind of thing. And so, that's pretty much my job here. I'm pretty good at it, if I do say so myself.
Definitely. This place looks great.
Oh, yeah, no. But lately, it's been pretty bad with the zombies and the ghouls, and, you know, come to think of it, that's probably why they haven't hired anybody on new, because of that Mormons guy. He's really being a pain in my eye, you know what I mean?
Exactly, I totally do. Yeah.
Can you like take care of him, or is he actually like supposed to be working here? Like, if we help you, can you get rid of him?
Oh, well, okay, so between you and me, like, I'm not really supposed to interact with the dignitaries, and, you know, he's like very important person here, even though he's kind of a, what was the word, like a douche nozzle? I believe that's the term, right?
Sure.
So I can tolerate, like, I can take care of, like, his little minions and crap, but, it's like, I really can't do myself. It's just kind of like, it's uncalled for and unseemly, and I want to leave with a good spotless record. You know what I mean?
Definitely, but keep in mind, that was the old management.
Yeah, the new management just would probably not
I
like
wanna-
it here.
Mormask is not a dignitary with new management.
No, new
I wanna
management-
He's
circle-
outstayed his welcome.
I want to circle back. So you said you're guarding goodies. Could we take those goodies out on loan to go take care of this Mormusk problem?
Oh yeah.
He kind of looks at you, and kind of cocks his whole body as he kind of looks at you oddly. Make a persuasion check for me, Corporal.
A solid 12.
Solid 12. There is a group inspiration, if you want to use it.
Use it, please. Not fighting this guy today.
We'll stick with the 12.
Jesus. Okay.
Okay. So he kind of like cocked is like,
Well, look, I really can't do that. Like, it's not mine to get away. My job is to protect, right? Now, if I knew that it was taken care of, and there wouldn't be any more, like, incursions into the forge, and I knew that it wasn't a problem anymore, my job would be complete. I could probably go back to my home plane, and then, you know, you could take it up with management. But I would really have to hate to kill you if you actually tried to take something.
Well,
Well,
we'd hate to be killed. So if we got Set Mormask back, you know, he's no longer welcome here, and we get rid of him, then your terms are up, and you can go home with a clean slate.
Well, yeah, because he honestly seems to be like my biggest problem here. Like, I've got no problems other than this guy keeps summoning ghouls and zombies and crap.
Right. Yeah, we wouldn't want you to jeopardize your clean slate, of course.
Right.
Might even we'd love to put in a reference for you for your all these years of work you've been doing.
Oh, well, you know what? That's it. See, this guy gets it. He understands. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
He's great like
You
that.
know-
That's why we
You
like
know,
him.
Iggy, you've been here this whole time, doing such a great job. What does the spell flame thing do?
Oh, sorry, I didn't finish the orientation. Well, welcome to the Forge of Spells. The Forge of Spells here, this is the actual area where all of the ready-to-be enchanted items, whether they be armor or weapons or any special actual materials or magic things, this is where they get enchanted right there.
And one of the eye stalks points at the actual brazier with the green flame.
Yeah, so they use, they actually forge the enchantments here. But the forging of the actual items happens in a different area. But the actual spell enchantments is forged here. Hence the name Forge of Spells.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
That's very good. Very good.
Do you need to know anything else? Like, it sounds like you were not given the proper orientation.
No, would you give us the tour?
Sure.
And he just kind of like goes around the room and like he doesn't leave the room, just goes around the room and goes,
well, in this corner, I know it's a little messy. I mean, housekeeping hasn't been here in like a while. And that's not actually the terms of my employment. So
We also don't have hands.
That is also true. But in this corner was where some of the most powerful enchanters of our time would come and actually begin to take their components and put them together and start to weave the first part of the enchantment.
and then he goes to the southern workbench area.
And this is actually where the second part of the enchantments process was put. After the first part was completed, they would merge the actual item with the enchantments themselves. The final process would be to plant them into the actual forge itself, chanting their magical chant to actually finalize the enchantments and make them solidify and be forever enchanted.
Wow.
Was it chant?
Enchanted. I get it. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So while he's been doing this tour, I'm just kind of glancing on the table. It's like, is there anything that people were working on when this place went to hell? That are like,
all of these workshop benches are charred, splintered, and broken. But you do also notice that there is another door directly to the northwest that he has not mentioned at all.
I was literally about to be like, so what's in that room over there?
Oh, that is the completion room. That is the room where items that have been completed and enchanted await for their owners to arrive here.
cool. Okay. Okay. Now I am noticing on the map there looks like another door outside of this building that maybe goes into the exact same place.
Yep. It sure is.
I try to make that eye contact with Drovar.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go make sure Mormas doesn't try to sneak up on us while we're distracting you because you're bodyguarding this place.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fine. It's zombies and ghouls. They're nothing compared to my power.
Hey,
Good to know.
Basha, question.
Yes.
What happened? Fucking Ghostman say, we enter his domain.
Yeah, he was
What?
like, yeah.
What happened if he no longer have domain?
I mean, I think he's just being super possessive. Like, Iggy, is that like typical for a man like Mormoth to be like calling the place his domain and getting all weird about it?
You know what? There's like a lot of weird dignitaries that come in here. Like, they all have these different cultures, and they think they're the most important people that come here, and their farts don't stink and all that stuff. So, he's just like one in a long line of crazies that comes through here.
But by the way, I'm totally talking with Iggy to distract him, so I'm assuming you guys
All
are
right,
gonna.
I gotta go water my dinosaur. Bye. And I just
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't even.
I lean
know.
over to Iggy. I think that means he has to go pee.
Oh, that's probably. Oh, yeah. You know what? I would be a little discreet about that too. Yeah, I get that.
Oh, Iggy, have you ever tried beer?
What's beer?
Oh my god, have you never had beer before?
So you're working for dwarves now. Dwarves like beer. Beer is alcohol drink. Butchek actually make. I look for like a bowl to pour the beer in since he doesn't have hands for a cup.
Wait, you could just use the keg. Just pour it from the keg into his mouth.
I might spill some.
Oh, true.
That's a waste of good beer. I am already going to kill Wraith next door for spilling beer.
Probably.
So I look for like a bowl or a turned over shield or something to pour some beer in for this, for Iggy.
Okay, yeah, you begin to kind of pour it, and he allows you, like, he's just like, just opens his mouth and allows it to happen. And then it gets to a certain point where his mouth gets full and then just continues to kind of spill out of his mouth, not really having a digestive tract or throat or anything of that. It like it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, you should
And
stop
as it like pours out slightly and he just begins to smack his lips, and everything you poured in his mouth just begins to pour out. He kind of like bobs a little, like nodding, and he's like,
Wow, that's a unique taste. That's very interesting. I don't get it, but thank you so much for sharing. I do appreciate it.
No, you are welcome. So tell me about your home plane, and I'm just gonna like try and engage him and like talk to him to distract him while the
Sure.
others are doing their thing.
yeah. All right. So while that's going on, Whirlpool and Drovar, I need you to make first stealth checks for me.
So when we step outside, I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals on Teague and go, Teague, look in the door, and if he seems to start noticing any noise, just start making weird dinosaur distractions.
Teague just kind of looks at you. Yeah, all right.
Awesome.
What'd you tell him? Where's he going?
He's gonna go keep watch, and if the guy starts noticing us, he's gonna be a dinosaur in that workshop.
Okay. Yeah, no, okay, before we mess with this, we got two options. One, we could try to rub this fella, and he seems like a nice enough odd creature. Or we go deal with the Wraith, in which case this guy leaves and we can just break in here anyway.
That makes the most sense, but I'm not there, so I can't have an opinion.
Let's take a good look before we get right up to the door. Does it look like anyone's tried to open this thing? Like footsteps of...
Much like the other door here, blasted, scorched, hinges melted off. And it just seems to be kind of fused into the actual.
Okay, so when Botchek opened the other ones, it was noisy as hell.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This is gonna make a lot of noise.
Are there any windows?
There are no windows.
I mean, we could try to break and enter. I'm really good at hiding, but like I can't cover that noise. But if you make it the hole big enough, I could squeeze in.
Oh, okay. I mean, clearly nothing gets past his gaze. I don't know. We didn't see any ears on him, but he seems to understand us.
We could just kill that Wraith and he'll go away.
I'm kind of leaning towards that, and then we'll come back and try to open the door just to see if we could have. I want to know, but I'm betting we couldn't get this thing open. Maybe Bush has got something to keep things quiet, but I don't think we're gonna get. I can get it open. Can't do it quiet. I'm just.
All right. Well, then let's go. Yeah, let's go. I mean, either we kill the Wraith now, or we kind of take advantage of this hospitality, rest up, and then go kill that Wraith.
Oh, that's an idea too.
And I know that we've rested a lot, but I kind of want to be attuned to this mage guy.
From what I'm seeing, we all want to have something that's got a little magical kick to it to make sure we actually hit him, because we're not going to get too many chances to, we can't afford to miss.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not going to be as good of a shot because it takes all my legs to fire this bow, but I can do it.
Well, you think about the room where he is. If you can't leave the room, you pick a spot where you think you got a good vantage point all the time, like sitting on Teague's back or something, or you brace yourself against him. Because if Teague can't do it, he doesn't have any magical thing, that thing just might eat him.
That's true, but Teague is a bit spiritual. I can resummon Teague if he dies.
Well, if it's a wraith that does it, I don't know. Is that different than a orc hitting him with a spear?
I mean, I'll just say that I know that when last time Teague passed, as long as I get to him quick enough, he can be risen.
Okay.
But he's mostly he's like the spirit of all, the spirit of all Chult. It's hard to explain.
Yes, it is. Okay, well, we'll just go with that. Right, let's, I just, okay, and I just start heading back, walk back in. It's like, boy, that dinosaur really took a while to go.
Oh, well, I hope everything came out okay.
Yeah, quite, it's fine. There's one corner of the cave out there you don't want to go near for a while. Well, we should go just probably deal with Mormusk, send him packing, because that's probably the best way to, complete the work you've done.
Yeah,
Well, I
Butch,
appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Vicky.
No, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I appreciate that. But make sure you're all settled in first. Get some rest. You all look a little tired. Well, you might want to get some rest and get a good meal in you, and then probably take care of that visiting dignitary.
Sure. Do you mind if we rest in here?
And stay
We
with
seem
you?
to be we're having good conversation.
Well, it's a little unorthodox to have people sleep in the Ford. But I'm not gonna lie, it's been a little lonely in here, so sure, why not?
All right.
Well, just remember, don't take anything, because I really hate to kill you.
Well, we're not picking up anything. Oh wait, Butchek's got a question.
Butchek, have 2 questions for you. 1, do you want to be my new friend?
Well, it's part of company policy that I don't get personally involved with anybody in work. And I think that's a pretty good policy, just because I don't want to compromise the position that I. But I appreciate the thought behind it. Thank you.
Hey,
okay.
think of it this way: if we take care of Mormusk and he gets to go, he could be your friend then.
Yeah, because then he gets to go home, so then he can be a
Well,
friend.
we could definitely be like close work buddies. Like we could do that. Yeah, that's perfectly acceptable.
Colleagues.
Yes, exactly, colleagues. Yeah, if our interactions are purely professional, absolutely.
I didn't have good enough grades to get into colleagues.
I don't know what that means.
All right, why don't you stretch out your cot over here?
Second question.
Yes.
Question. Dignitary guy stopped being dignitary a while ago and is now like undead thingy. Do you know a good way to hit a undead guy who walk through walls?
That sounds like a problem that I'm not sure how to. Sorry.
Butchek, I think we know how to deal with it. It's just whether we're up to it. I think we've all got the tools we need to give it a go.
Okay. Butchek, take a nap then.
I want to nap too, but I really want to hear more about your home plane because it's really interesting.
I would like everybody to make a perception check.
That's a 10. Basha's actually genuinely interested in just talking to this thing, so
Okay.
not paying attention.
Bocek,
7.
7. Gorple,
13 for me, 14 for Teague, because I can speak to him currently.
and Drovar.
17.
Ooh.
Okay. So
Right by the door. I don't know if that meant.
yeah, so Bocek, you're just kind of like trying to figure out a nice corner that you can kind of settle into, to get some rest for the evening. Basha, you, as you're kind of like walking around the room and also, talking, here and there with Iggy, you notice that wherever you're standing in the room and Jan is facing the brazier of green flame, that area that is immediately facing the flame is cold. But as you notice this and begin to move around, that cold spot moves to mimic wherever the actual flame is facing. So it's like a cold spot.
That's weird.
You can make an Arcana check.
I was gonna say, do I think it's the book? But yeah, I'll make an Arcana check. Ooh, okay. That is a 19 on the die, so that's a 26.
As you begin noticing this and you're kind of trying to figure it out, you quickly determine that it's not the book itself, but the book is reacting to the magic of the brazier. And you get closer to the brazier, and Iggy he doesn't even register with him. He doesn't like try to stop you or anything. He's just watching. And you begin to see these very intricate, very tiny arcane runes inscribed all around the brazier. And the flame itself, there is no heat coming off of it. To the point where you kind of like put your hand to where you think it would be unbearably hot, and you feel no heat. And as you inspect a little more over the course of the next almost hour, you actually determine that there's still a lot of magic radiating off of this. Specifically, that the magic has waned to the extent that it can no longer be harnessed to permanently enchant magic items. However, any non-magical weapon or armor bathed in the green flame for at least 1 minute becomes a +1 weapon or a +1 armor, respectively, for 1d12 hours. So if you decided to make certain items that you are wearing, armor or weapons, magical, +1, this would actually do it for a number of hours. And you would actually roll a d12 to determine how many hours it stays.
But he did say he would kill us if we used it, right? So
no, he said he would kill you if you took anything out of this room.
Oh.
Is what he said.
Well. Hey guys, come here for a sec.
All right.
Okay.
What's up?
So that still has magic in it. I'm pointing at the brazier. If you have armor or weapon that is not magical that you want to enchant, we can still enchant it, but it will only last an hour. So we'd want to do it before we leave, not like now.
Right. All right.
Okay.
So, how do we do that?
I can help you. There's like arcane runes on it, so I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. I think if you just put it in there, it'd work, but I probably have to like say something or whatever.
Could I just put my hands in there?
I don't know about that actually. That's I mean, it's not really. I mean, I guess your hands are kind of like weapons. I don't know.
Wait a minute, I've got a thought. What about I take out my 2 hand axes and I'm like, can you fight with these?
Yes, but not well. I will always be able to get first swing with weapons. I am very proficient in I hit you with a weapon and then like throw elbow to trip you up immediately after.
I mean, it just means you're not going to be as effective, Bocheck. Doesn't mean your hits are not going to count.
Yeah, I'm still gonna try putting my hands in there.
You also have a magical sword, but okay, you know what?
You can.
do
It
you.
doesn't burn. It doesn't burn, so you can try.
Yeah, so Bocek, you put your hands in, and it tickles a little. There's no heat. It's just kind of like there's like a little bit of a tingling. Your hands don't feel magical per se. If they feel almost like they were on the cusp of falling asleep, your hands and fingers, but they didn't go all the way. Like that's how it feels. But you don't feel like magical in anything. And as you do that, you all hear Iggy in your head.
That's not the first time somebody tried that. Oh, that's always so funny. Somebody always wants to make their hands snap.
Sure, it's not the only thing they tried to put in there. Don't tell me those stories. I don't want to know.
Bocek closes his eyes and believes in himself.
All my heart.
Okay. Warple and Drovar.
Yeah.
With your perception checks. As all of this is happening, as Basha is kind of giving you this information, you're both kind of watching and looking at Iggy. And you're not 100% sure what kind of creature this is, although you've heard stories of probably like more dangerous creatures that are similarly proportioned with more eyes. But this, as you're looking at them, something's a little off, and you both, begin to see like whatever. Even though you're not 100% sure what this creature is, the skin looks a little saggy. Like it's not as tight, and you're not sure if this is like the natural, way of this creature. But the impression you both get is that this creature looks exhausted. He looks tired, and it's kind of taking a physical toll on it. But again, you could probably just be, impressing your own feelings and thoughts of what you think a tired creature like this might look like. This might be perfectly natural, but the way he talks, the way he kind of floats in the air, definitely strikes you as a very tired creature.
Yeah, pour some coffee in his mouth instead of beer. See what that does.
Wait, we got coffee?
No, we don't have any coffee.
No, we don't have coffee. Oh wait, if I put coffee in could I make hour-long magic coffee?
Oh no.
Well,
Oh,
all right. So here's the question: are we sleeping for the night, or are we just taking an hour and then going to kill this creature? Because I'm down for actually either. I feel actually pretty good.
I think we should give it a full rest. Make sure. I mean, I could take another. I'm fine either way. It's the question of more about Basha. How much zap you got left?
Well, I zipped my zap the last time we took a nap, so I gave myself a little extra oomph. It's a long story. It's something I can do, being a scribe wizard. But anyway, however, that said, I always would prefer to rest before going and fighting something. Because I feel like I'm gonna have to shoot a lot of spells at him, because he is wizard, which also scares me. I hope he still doesn't know magic anymore. Because wraiths just by themselves are terrifying.
The only reason why I push to engage quicker is because we don't know where Spider is in this mine. He could come upon us at any moment, and if we take a long rest in here and sleep it off, and then they breach and then they kill our friend Iggy, and now we're dealing with both Spider and more Musk. I don't want to do that.
No, he's got a point. Let's do a short rest. I think make sure we're topped off as best we can, and then we're gonna go take care of that thing.
Okay.
And what you said, we put our stuff in the fire, and then it's good to go. Cool. I throw a turtle shell I throw a crossbow, a short bow, short sword.
Well, don't do it now. Do it after rest, because it only
Oh.
lasts an hour.
No. It lasts 1d12 hours.
Oh,
so,
never mind.
Yeah, so once you put it in there, you have to roll a d12, and that'll determine how long it stays magical.
Okay.
Yeah, and also like Drovar, you can throw your armor in there.
Oh, I'm already taking my armor off to throw it in there. I'm
Can
gonna
I
do
just
that.
put my clothes in there? I know that's weird, but can I like
That's-
do that?
I mean, there's nothing stopping you.
All right, so just so you, so it's gonna take a minute for each item. You can't throw multiple items in at the same time. It's not like super large. You can only like put one item at a time. So determine how many items. Tell me exactly what items you're putting in, so I can determine whether it actually works or not. And then we'll roll d12s. So, all right. So, all right, Drovar, you're putting 3 items in. What items are you
Yeah.
putting in?
The breastplate and both of his hand axes.
All right. Warple is putting 6 items in. Holy shit. Okay. What items are you putting in, Gorple?
Shield, crossbow,
Oh, okay.
2 short swords,
Times 2. Okay.
my barbed net,
Barbed net.
and my boomerang.
Boomerang. Okay. Bocek, how about you?
Would my like pile of darts count as one item, or would it be a minute per dart?
It would be a minute per dart.
That's cute.
All right. I'll put in 3 darts.
3 darts? Okay. Okay. Basha.
Yeah, I'm gonna just try putting in my like wizard robe. I don't know if it's gonna do anything, but I'm gonna like take it off and put it in there and see if anything happens.
So just your robe, that's it?
I don't really have other items.
Okay.
With me.
All right,
I
no
mean,
problem.
yeah. 'cause,
All
like,
right.
all my weapons are already magical, so.
Okay, so Drovar, I need you to roll me a d12 for your breastplate.
Okay. Nine.
So your breastplate is +1 for the next 9 hours.
Sweet.
And then I will need you to roll a d12 for each of your hand axes. So it will not be the same for each one. So 1d12 for one, and then another one.
Okay, a 7
Mhm.
and a 3.
Okay, so one of them for 7 hours and another for 3. So you can determine which. All right, Warple, d12 for your shield.
Eight.
8 hours shield +1. Crossbow.
$11.
11 hours for your crossbow +1. Barbed net.
$3.
3 hours for your barbed net and your boomerang.
$5.
5 hours boomerang +1. Okay, Bocek, d12 for each of your darts.
I have 2 more short swords.
Oh, I'm sorry, your 2 short swords. That's right. So yeah, 1d12 for each.
Oh. 3 and 12.
Okay, so 1 for 3 hours and 1 for 12 hours. Nice. Okay, Bocek, d12 for each of your darts.
7, 11, and 8.
Okay. And Basha, D12 for your rope.
5.
5 hours robe +1.
What is,
All
does
right.
that do anything? I don't know what that would do.
That's for your armor class. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Increases your armor class by 1. Okay.
When everybody's done their stuff, I'm gonna talk to Jan and be like, Jan, what would happen if I put you in there?
I don't know, but I don't think it's probably a good idea.
Okay. Alright. I just thought that might be neat, but alright, we won't do that.
I mean, you can try. I will never say no to you. But
No, I don't want to ruin you. That would be terrible. What if you exploded in fiery No, we're not doing that. Never mind.
that would be terrible, and I would probably hate that for the time it took for me to explode.
All right. So you rest up for the hour. Gorple, are you attuning to the bow?
Yes, because I kind of want to find out what information he has about this place more than I'm gonna use him. I just am like, I'm kind of curious about this guy.
Okay. All right. So it only takes you about 13 minutes to enchant all of your items because it only takes a minute for each item. So you are, for the next hour, you're kind of not only taking care of the enchantments but also resting. And Gorple, you are attuning. As you come to the end of the hour of your attunement, you definitely hear another voice in your head that is not Iggy. It's like,
Oh, that was a great sleep. Oh, oi, so who the fuck are you?
I'm Gorple Lurky Pokey, and I hear that you are the groin seeker.
Hey, that's me. Oh, you're very green. I like that.
I also like shooting people in the groin.
Oh, then we're gonna get along really good.
I will say, I don't want to disappoint you, but you're a little bit big for me. I'm going to do my best to use you to the fullest, but you're a longbow and I'm only 2'5". Just, I know you can see.
as you say that, the bow begins to shrink until it's still a long bow, but it is exactly proportioned for your use.
Groin Seeker, we're going to be the best friends ever. Let's kill a lot of orcs.
Oh, you know what? I like you already. Like, you just said the magic words. Kill fucking orcs. So, are there any left? Did we kill them all? Or are there more?
Some of them are rising as undead, so we're going to have to kill those again. Hey, you'll be happy. We wiped out a fortress. Unfortunately, you weren't there. That was also full of orcs. A cave full of orcs. We killed a whole bunch with an ogre boss. It was great. You would have been really proud. And I try to think the thoughts of what happened in that fight.
You feel the bow quiver in your hands as you're saying these things. He goes,
Stop teasing me. Like, we're just gonna go kill them. Let's just go get it. And if you're saying they're undead orcs, that's great. We kill them once, and then we kill them again. That sounds like that's like a win-win situation.
Well, we did that kind of already. I'm sure there's going to be more. We're going to rest up because we're going to go murder a fucking wraith.
Okay, sure.
But if we see more undead orcs, I know the guy. I'm also a bounty hunter, so I think we're going to get a lot. There's probably orc bounties I can find.
Oh, so you're not. Oh, okay. I was kind of expecting a lord or some sort. I don't care. As long as I get to kill orcs.
I mean, I speak the true name of nature. That's kind of lordly, I guess.
Sure. Okay. Just as long as we kill some orcs.
I'm into it.
Gorple, are you talking out loud or are you just talking in your head?
100% talking out loud because he does not understand how telepathy works.
Bosch is gonna be like, can we all say hi? Can we say hi?
Yeah, he can hear you. He's not an idiot.
Are these all your friends?
Yeah, that's Drovar. He's what's your Iron Mane? What's your Iron Helmet? Iron Beard?
Dwarf Iron Helm.
He's a dwarf. Is his Iron Helm?
I can clearly see he's a dwarf, but thank you.
That's Bocek. He's awesome. He's my best friend.
He's really big.
Yep.
I make beer.
He makes beer, so he's pretty cool.
I like him. You should bequeath me to him when you die.
Well, that's good because I only live like 50 years, so it's going to be a short amount of time. Let's see. That's Botcha. She's an evil witch.
No, I'm not. Shut up.
But she's on our side, so she's not yet going to be shot by you.
Is she in league with orcs?
No, she helped kill a bunch.
All right, she's okay.
And this is Teague. He's my spirit animal, but like in a literal sense, not like a weird metaphysical sense.
Oh, is he from Chult?
Yeah, that's where I'm from.
Oh, it's a fine beastie you got there.
I was curious, do you remember anything about these mines that you might want to talk about? I know you were a powerful mage before.
Gets really quiet for a minute. He goes,
I just remember the schemes. I remember the dying. But then I remember a vengeance. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, we're just trying to kind of figure out what's going on. It's been a while, so we're gonna dust off some of those cobwebs, and no one really knows what truly happened here.
Yeah, I've been asleep for a while. Yeah.
Wait, ask him or I'll ask him. Do you know of a thing named Mormusk and what the heck that was all about? There's that guy who was apparently a dignitary or something?
there's another pause. And then you kind of hear,
Okay, we'll tell the witch that there's, there was probably a couple of dignitaries they would come here either to help with enchantments or either pick up items and weapons and such. He's probably one of those.
Yeah, he definitely thinks you're a witch, and besides that, yeah, he was apparently a dignitary, likely, and he probably died. And he was a powerful wizard who turned himself into a horrible monster.
Great.
Because that's what wizards do. That's why they're terrible.
Not necessarily. We're not.
It's
all
not
like
what
that.
I said, but close enough.
Also, they probably came to pick up enchantments. Like, I paraphrase, but mostly in a biased way.
That's close enough.
We
Do
know.
you think like your bow can talk to my book because they're like weird telepathic things?
What a great rest this has been.
So rest.
I'm feeling much better.
Why does she want me to talk to her book? That sounds fucking weird.
I know. She talks to her book all the time. It's so strange. Why would
It's not.
anyone
I'm
do
really
that?
used to this now. Okay, Bochek, you need to find some sort of item that you. No, you talk to your clown in the sky. Okay, all three of you have got your own invisible
You need
friends now.
something to talk to.
I
No.
do not.
No,
I do
don't you?
not. I
don't
gave
you-
up the thing that was
Don't you?
giving me.
Don't you talk to your tattoos?
Yeah.
No.
Kind of.
No, I don't. No. All right, let's go.
We've
kill
all
that
got
guy.
Iggy. I mean,
Again.
Iggy's in our heads, so
Iggy's. Well, we all
he's
talk
a-
to him, and I can see him. That's different.
that's fair.
I mean, you can see the bow and he can see you. It's really rude
Yeah,
for you.
and I can
to
see the
ignore.
book, and he can see me.
Thank you, Gordon.
Okay.
Yeah, I am here. I'm right here.
Yeah, after we deal with the Wraith, you can set up the book and the bow for a play date in the corner and let them figure out what they're
Okay.
gonna do. But
Okay.
let's go take care of the Wraith now, okay?
All right.
I'm not talking to a fucking book.
No, we're not doing that at all. We're
That's
gonna go
fucking
hunt
weird.
and
That's
do
fucking weird.
literally the opposite of whatever he just said. Oh wait, he can still hear me. Oh, that's weird.
Yes, I can.
We all can.
I just want to
Yeah, I'm
shoot.
not-
I just want to shoot orcs. Like, it's not.
We're
I'm
gonna
not
try-
asking for anything like difficult or weird, right?
No, I want to shoot things all the time, but often I'm told I'm not allowed to.
No, you'll never hear that from me.
We're gonna get along really well.
I'm so glad my last axe didn't actually tell me to cut down trees.
My God.
We're partners. Me and this bow, we are gonna be best friends.
Yeah, well, let's put it to the test.
All
We
right.
should probably warn that Bo about Shug before we run into him again.
Let's
so it
not
doesn't,
mention
kill us.
anything, guys. We gotta get going here.
Okay, alright, fine, let's go.
Alrighty. So, as you are leaving the area to make your way over to where Mormisk was, you all kind of hear Iggy in your head.
All right, so good luck, and I'll hope to see you soon. Don't be strangers.
We'll be back.
All right. You begin to make your way back to Mormisk's room, and I will actually leave this. I will leave this decision to the group. It is 11 now. We can actually start battle if you like and see where it heads, or we can end here and pick it up right here next week. What would you all like to do?
I don't mind waking up early and staying up late because I'm a goddamn adult and I'll make that sacrifice to find fucking raid. And I feel like Matt and I are in the same boat. We're gonna wake up early tomorrow either way. We'll just stay up a little later.
I am in the boat of I really want to, but I also know I shouldn't, but I also really want to.
I'm not gonna talk them out of it. I want to kill this thing, and I want to close the book, and then I'll sleep better
Matt,
knowing it's dead.
Yeah, I'll sleep
we've
better
sacrificed more sleep for LARPing. I think we can do it for one fight. One fight.
Okay.
Alright, I want to do it too. I just need to run to the bathroom, but you can just start. I can just roll my initiative, and then we can just go.
Yeah. All right. Well. Let's get to the room. Go take care of what you need to take care of. It's fine.
I'll be right back.
Okay. You begin to make your way to Mormisk's room. You're standing outside, and as you do, Gorple, a Groinseeker continues to talk to you.
Hey, so wow, this place all looks very different.
Yeah, apparently there were lots of explosions. There was a lot of dead bodies. Orcs,
Yeah.
dwarves, gnomes, a lot of dead people.
Lots of skeletons. I don't remember the skeletons. Yeah.
Well, you probably saw them when they had flesh on them, so that's probably why they look so different.
Probably. I don't recall. But yeah, it's kind of like it comes in waves, right? But then again, I've been asleep for a while. So how long has it been?
When were you a person?
I'm not a person. I'm a longboard.
What year was the last year you were awake?
Oh, I don't remember years.
Well, I'm not from here, but I'm assuming you're old enough that this is ancient history and people don't really know what happened.
All right.
Since Gorple is talking out loud, can I do a history check to, just to get a sense of how long it has been since this place fell?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
I refuse to do a history check because I'm not from here.
Okay.
What are we rolling?
5.
Five.
The bow wants to know.
Centuries.
It's been at least 300 years, maybe more.
I don't repeat it because he can understand.
Yeah. That's a long time. That's a long time to be asleep. Well, I'm well rested and ready for killing.
Well, I kind of, as we're approaching the room, I knock an arrow and I whisper the true name of the wind. I'm like, let's do this.
All right. The door is still open. So what would you all like to do?
I think we gotta walk in and call his name and get him to come out of the wall.
I perch up in this corner.
Mm-hmm.
So where are the tokens of our esteemed colleagues who are still hanging with Iggy up by the brazier?
Yeah. So you all can move yourselves wherever you want to be in the room.
Is standing in the doorway an option?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Alrighty.
Okay. So we walk into the room. does the wraith manifest, or it's empty at the moment?
No.
Oh no,
No.
it's gone dark.
It gets
Darkness.
It got
washes
dark.
We're
over
dead.
you.
We're all
He's
dead.
outside.
We're
He's
all
outside
dead.
with the witch. Oh no, we gotta save her.
As you enter the room, in the middle of the room, you watch as the wraith appears. It begins to kind of float out from the bottom of the floor until its full-bodied apparition is before you.
I still feel the presence of the Guardian.
Oh,
Why are you here?
well, I guess we can dispense with lying to you. Rage swing.
Yeah, fire.
Yeah.
Stab.
All right,
Bye.
everybody, roll initiative, and then we'll get to the stab swing in a moment.
Okay.
All
I
right.
rolled badly. Is there a
Hold on, hold
reroll
on.
for me?
Hold on. No, unfortunately there is not.
Oh wait.
It's really bad.
Listen, I rolled as bad, but better because I only rolled a 2, which is much higher than yours.
All right, so
There's one for the group.
All right. Well, we'll see.
What's
All
the worst
right.
that could happen?
instant death.
It could be real bad, actually.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. All right, so Gorple, what was your initiative?
A 6.
6. Drovar,
5.
5. Basha,
18.
18. Bocek,
14.
all righty. So this is what's gonna happen. Technically, you actually got in a shot before initiative started. So roll to hit.
Okay. Raging.
Okay, yeah, you're raging.
Yeah.
And you roll to hit.
Natural 20.
Holy shit. Very nice. Yeah, definitely hits.
Oh, 29 damage.
Wow. Nice. In one shot, you watch as the incorporeal scraps of armor and robe that Mormesk is wearing get cut away, and you just watch it disappear into like a mist. And you just hear him. And he seems a lot less substantial than he did a moment ago. That was a huge hit on him.
Wow.
Basha, it is your turn at the top of the round.
So she's gonna be holding her book up and like thinking to Jan, like, Jan, we're gonna do this a little differently. I'm gonna activate one of my, I already marked it off, but I'm gonna activate one of my abilities as a scribe wizard, and I'm going to cast Witch Bolt, but I'm going to make it into force damage.
Okay.
Instead, and I'm gonna try to hit him.
All right, go for
Hope
it.
hits.
Yeah, that's a good thing that you did because he's resistant to lightning damage.
23.
23 does hit.
Please take 8 force damage.
All right. As you begin to pull the magical energies from Jan, and you all can see like this layer of cold mist just begin to emanate off of Jan as this magical energy just forms in Basha's hand. It starts out as this like purplish black energy, and then you watch as she kind of, Basha twists her hand and as she twists her hand, the black purple begins to turn into this aqua blue energy, which you've seen in her magic missiles, and immediately releases it, and it begins to, not only does it hit Mormisk, and he seems to almost disapparate, and then only through sheer force of will pulls himself back together and is now kind of covered in this aqua blue arcane lightning that is now crackling around him. That was another massive hit. And Mormisk seems very hurt, but still up.
She's gonna step. Oh no, I can't go there. Can I? I can't step in diagonally, can I? To go here, I'd have to go here and then. Here.
Yeah, you'd have to go, and then yeah.
And then I'd step out of his threat range. I'll step to the half of the square that's away from him, but I'm actually gonna come closer because I'm afraid he might move out of my threat range, and I don't want to lose that witch bolt on him. So I'm gonna risk it and get closer there.
What is the range on that to keep it on him?
It's 60 feet, and because these are double squares, I'm worried if he just moves like 1 or 2 squares.
Well, no, that'd be 6 squares away, I think.
Yeah, as each square is 10.
Oh, then never mind.
Yeah, each square is 10.
Then I don't do that. No, I don't really want to get closer to him, so I'm just gonna stay in the doorway like I'm doing.
Sure. Okay, that's no problem.
And
All right. It is now Mormisk's turn.
Ugh.
He is affected by my rage ability.
Yes, he is. So let me just mark him with that quickly. He is very hurt. And also very pissed. But let's see. Is he going to? All right. Yeah, he's gonna move. Yeah, he's gonna move here. He's gonna move down 1 square, so he doesn't leave anybody's range. And he's gonna take a swipe at you, Drover, because you just did the most damage to him.
Yep.
Yeah,
and I'm trying to keep his attention on me because that's the thing. It's like, we're here to take your stuff.
All right. And he takes a swipe at you with clawed hands. I don't think a 12 is going to hit.
A 12 will...
Right. So as he takes a swipe with the clawed hands, you actually watch as the claws scratch at the armor, and there's this almost green flash as it seems that your armor deflects his clawed hand. And he just kind of looks at all of you guys like... and he is actually going to walk through the wall. Bocek and Drovar, you will get attacks of opportunity on him.
All right, Bocek, you got to swing. Everybody should get a piece of him, so you give it a try first.
Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does hit.
That is 16 damage with my magic sword.
How would you like to kill Mormisk?
So the way I imagine it is like I get him in the back of the leg, and then like all of us just like jump on him and start stepping on him while he's on the ground. Like it's just a mugging.
That's pretty much what happened.
Yeah. So as he seems to be trying to like actually walk through the wall, you stab at him with the sword and actually pull up and pull him back. And you watch the surprise in his eyes as he pulls back, and the rest of you just begin to just go at him until you just see pieces of his corporeal form just begin to fling off and just turn into mist.
Iggy sends his regards. It's like fire arrows.
Break the
no
kneecaps.
idea who
Break
that
the
is.
kneecaps.
He doesn't know who that is.
He's like,
Oh my god, every shot hit him in the groin. Holy crap.
Oath Iggy.
Give me the crowbar! Give me the crowbar!
You watch Warple as you are firing arrows at the creature. You feel your aim consistently adjust to where a groin would be on this creature. I mean, not that you can actually see one, but it's just like wherever it would be. Like you feel like you definitely have a bead on them, and then there's a slight adjustment that comes not from you, but from the bow itself. But eventually, the only thing that is left is this glowing, incorporeal heart that is just black with blackened veins and red light pulsing from it, getting weaker and weaker. And Bocek just stabs through the heart, and you hear a final as Mormisk the Wraith is no more. Because you
We didn't
guys,
have a curb to stomp him on.
you guys ganked the shit out of him.
And I was worried.
That was the most murder hobo-y thing we've ever done.
I'd say so.
I would agree.
I don't know. I stabbed a wizard in the back a few weeks ago.
that was up there, but this was just he didn't even. Yeah, this was pure murder hobo.
Yeah.
Hi.
All right, what's his stuff? I want to
All
see
right.
what's in this room. What you got in that room? What you got in that chest? I have
Sure.
to see.
Show me what you got. All right. So yeah. So now, you begin to go through his domain. And specifically, he seemed to be very, very, very protective of the chest. You get up to the chest, you can see that it is scorched, but there doesn't seem to be a lock on it.
All right, will the really evil creature have a trap on this? That's the real question.
I can try one more time.
You want
I got
to?
one. Yeah, I'll use the wand again to.
Okay. The energy pulses out, recedes, no traps.
Okay. Well, it was worth checking. All
Well,
right.
it was a visitor.
I opened the chest.
Okay, you open the chest. There is what look like coins, just not in a sack or anything, just coins just strewn about the bottom. Resting on these coins are 3 rough cut diamonds. And there is a wooden pipe adorned with what looks like platinum filigree. If you take the time to count out the coin, there is 1,100 copper pieces, 160 silver pieces, 50 electrum pieces. The diamonds seem to be roughly about 100 gold pieces each. And again, there's 3 of them. And the pipe itself looks very, very old. So that, along with the platinum filigree that it has along it, it's probably pretty expensive. It looks to be anywhere between 125 to 150 gold pieces. And it's beautiful. It's like it's almost like a meerschaum pipe, where it actually is the shape of what looks like a ship. But it is mostly wood and platinum.
Also, let's take those other books.
Yeah, I really
Yeah.
want to go look at that other room where those books and papers are.
The room itself seems to be mostly destroyed and collapsed. There are 2 more books that you find. And as you open them up, they see, there are other books as well, but as you actually put your hand on them, they literally turn to dust. Except for these 2 other books. And as you open them up,
Please be a spell book.
they both seem to be similar to the other book that you found, where lots of pictures of cavern walls. All of it is in archaic Dwarven. There are like lists, and Drovar, you see this. And Corporal, you begin to look over the shoulder, and you understand Dwarven.
I can read that. Is that written in Grung? Oh, we don't have a written language.
You understand what's on there.
Huh. Wow. Why is it telling me the the hardness rating of this platinum vein? That's weird numbering and math. I don't like it.
You're welcome.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
Well, yeah,
Man,
Gundren's going to be happy to have these. It's going to be a real record of the production and all that sort of stuff, so he can, has something to compare to when he starts trying to get this place going again.
Yeah, this is absolutely for a dwarven mind. This is absolutely very valuable information. All right. So you guys make your way back to Iggy?
Yep. So was any of Mormesk's stuff, like the pipe or anything, was that magical?
I'd have to sit with it.
Okay.
So you
And
make
I
your
will, but let's go back to Iggy.
yeah, you make your way back to Iggy. And as you walk in,
Oh, hello, it's good to see you. I can't tell time, so I don't know how long you've been gone. So I hope it's been a good time that you've been away, I guess.
It was a lot shorter than we thought, but yeah, it went pretty well.
Yeah, it was about like 10 seconds.
technically you've been gone like maybe half an hour, like half an hour, 45 minutes at most.
Yeah, psyching ourselves up to.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
So you make your way over to Iggy, and he's just kind of looking at you.
So, what's the good word?
So the good word
Mormesk,
is,
he's gone.
yep, he's gone. No more, not a problem anymore.
Really? All right. So I guess he just got bored and it was time for him to leave. Huh?
Yeah, we let him know the new management, different arrangement. He's not invited back, so you won't be seeing him again.
Okay. Drovar and Basha, make persuasion checks with advantage for me.
Woohoo.
16.
16, 18. He kind of looks at both of you, and the whole of his head just kind of bobs slightly.
Well, wow, you know what? You were all a good investment as employees. I mean, you came in, you did the job, and you convinced them to leave, and that I'm so tired. Thank you so much. Like,
Hey, you've earned a rest.
You want a good berry on your for the road?
what's a good berry?
Here, open your mouth.
Ah,
I'll flick a Gorple honey into his mouth.
Yeah, he begins to chew. And you watched like the sagging skin slightly like get a little tighter, just slightly. But you watch as like the pieces of the good berry just begin to fall out of his mouth.
Warple, why do good berries have collagen?
that was oddly refreshing.
I'm glad you thought so. It
Well,
was
my
only-
friends,
College it is.
Think of us fondly back in your plane. Like, think of us as your friends, please, forever.
well, absolutely. Thank you so much. You've made a spectator's heart, wherever it may be, very, very grateful to actually have met employees worth their salt. But let me tell you, there's just been folks that have been in and out of this place. Just
I understand. One thing, hey, if we had future work for you, how could we get in touch with you?
oh, you would probably have to talk with my supervisor, the one who summoned me here, and he can let you.
Oh, okay.
Who
Well,
was your
yeah.
supervisor?
Oh, that was the maggot.
Not Gorham Lightforger, was it?
Oh no, that he was head of enchantment.
Oh.
Yeah. I think he left or something. Or
We'll work that out with administration.
Oh, no.
We'll figure that out.
yeah, there was like 4 maggots in the mines. Lightforger was just one of them.
Okay, well, It's good to know. Thank you.
You earned yourself a nice vacation.
Oh, I really appreciate it. But yeah, no, my supervisor just, again, because I don't think you were orientated well enough. My immediate supervisor, the one who summoned me, that was Magus Shieldbreaker.
Shieldbreaker. All right.
All right.
Yeah, he was in charge. He's in charge of security.
Enjoy PTO.
I don't know what that means, but thank you so much. And my friends, I will always think of you fondly if I ever think of you at all.
Great.
All I can ask for.
And you watch as all of a sudden, very quickly, he just seems to shrink and then just disappears.
I think he has an interior butthole.
Look,
Well,
I
he
don't
went up
know. I don't know what his deal was, but he reminded me of those other weird telepathic creatures and
Yeah.
the Aboleth, and I
He
didn't like
reminded me of
that.
that Nothic, whatever that eye guy was.
Nothic
That-
and the Aboleth.
But
yeah.
he was like way less creepy and way nicer.
Yeah, but I think it's because he was so tired that he was like crazy because he couldn't even remember his own name. So if he hadn't been, he probably would have killed us all because I feel like he's really dangerous. I'm gonna ask later, but I feel like a spectator's a really bad thing.
Well, there's this door that needs to be opened that's full of stuff for us to take.
Yep, let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. So as you open up the door, hold on a second.
Roll initiative.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah. As you open up the door, you see another workplace, a workbench that seems to be destroyed as well. Hold on a second. Let me open that up for you. Yeah, there's you can see this is where the final preparation of items, magical items and enchantments happened in this room. But it's also, you can see like it's almost completely destroyed, but sitting in a corner, almost brand new. And actually, as you enter, shining from the light that enters this room, shining off of this, you see two items sitting on the ground. One is a beautiful looking mace, and another is a breastplate. The mace itself has a head shaped like a sunburst and is made of solid brass. The breastplate has a gold dragon motif worked into the design. But the best part of it is it's like this dark brown burnished leather. It's beautiful, but the gold dragon is kind of like worked with the whole motif.
Oh, look at that.
That's
Oh,
pretty.
That's a beaut.
All right, you want me to sit down with these in the pipe for like 30 minutes and figure out what they all do?
Yes, I would really like that.
All right, we'll do that.
I will say, now that we've cleared Mormusk and this guy left, might be worthy to actually take that few hours and actually get a full night's sleep before we go further into the mine now that we cleared up to this point.
I agree.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Bocek could really use some sleep right about now.
Yeah, sure. Me too.
All right, so Basha, you're gonna take 20 minutes.
30, because I want to do that wooden pipe too. I want to do those 3 items to see if there's anything with the 3 of those things.
So I just actually misspoke. The breastplate itself, it's metal with supple leather out it.
Got it. Okay.
With the gold dragon. So the first what is the first item that you want to check?
I'll start with that breastplate because I know Drover is really excited about it, but then I'm gonna.
How can you
look at the
tell?
pipe. Yeah, he's like practically foaming at the mouth. I'm like, all right, I'll check it first. I'll look
Okay.
at it.
All right, so Jan, both your eyes flash as well as Jan's.
Oh, this breastplate actually has a name. This is a Dragon Guard. It is a +1 breastplate. It was created for a human hero of Neverwinter. named Turdon. And it grants its wearers advantages on saving throws against breath weapons of creatures that have the dragon type.
Well, that sounds handy.
Obviously, I tell you everything that.
Yeah, it's just sort of, oh, well, I wouldn't mind wearing that. Nope.
All right. So next, the next thing you check. What's the next one, Basha?
Sorry, the wooden pipe that the rain.
The wooden
had.
pipe?
It's like, okay, my turn. I need to know why he loves this thing so much.
Okay. The wooden pipe is not magical. And it is absolutely worth 150 gold pieces. But it is definitely about 300 years old.
Well, I guess if that's some personal significance or something. Bah, and I throw it in my bag.
All right, next item.
I like a good pipe.
It's the mace, right? Okay.
Yes, mace next.
All right. So your eyes flash. Jan's eyes flash.
Oh, very nice, very nice. This one also has name. This is Lightbringer. This is a +1 mace that was made for a cleric of the god of dawn, Lathander. The weapon glows as bright as a torch when its wielder commands it, and while glowing, the mace deals an extra 1d6 radiant damage to undead creatures.
Well, we could have used this in that last fight. Nah, actually, we didn't.
No, really.
But here you go. I hand it to, I don't know, someone. Anyone want this?
Well, it'd be, I mean, considering this was made for, a church that, hates undead, maybe they'd be really glad to have it and would trade it for some potions or maybe a favor. In case somebody gets a curse on them that, the wizard mafia can't deal with, we bring back to them. It's like, yeah, can you help out our friendy?
Yeah, but like we could use it while we're here in the mine.
Well, yeah, sure,
There's
but
so much undead down here. It seems like.
Yeah, but this, he holds up the axe. It's like this has been doing pretty well.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Here, I'll hold on to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not very strong, but I'm strong enough to hit someone with a club. But I'm probably just gonna shoot it with the growing seeker.
Yeah,
That's way
that makes
better.
sense.
Yeah, but doing the extra damage that it does to the undead, just in case some of them don't like that sort of light damage, and it might do the extra. Yeah, this might have done like a real bit for the wraith, but I know he held still at just the right moment, right there.
It was nice. That was a very, very nice hit.
Yeah, you're right, Boyo. You don't need no crazy weapons. You got me, it's fine.
Yeah, but if things get too close, I probably need that.
Yeah, good point.
Well, don't let them get too close. That's what you got me for. Oh yeah, and kill orcs.
Oh, I didn't forget.
Didn't forget what?
Oh, sorry, I was having a private conversation that you keep interrupting.
Well, you're talking out loud. I think you're talking to one of us.
All right. Is there anything else that you'd like to do? You said you're going to take a long rest now, right?
Yep. Do you want to rest here? Do you want to go back? Like we pull the big metal doors shut and, sleep in the room with green fire, or do we go all the way back to?
I honestly
Yep, right
feel
here.
great right here. I think we
Okay.
should stay here.
There we go. We will seal ourselves back in, just with the crowbar and try to,
Yeah.
nothing sneaking in on us. That's for sure.
Watch
Oh,
the
yeah.
other door.
Easy enough. You're able to, Bocek, between Bocek and the rest of you, you can definitely pull that door closed again, and make this room pretty secure. So the first thing I will say is that when we come back for next session, you're definitely going to want to subtract 8 hours from your magical items, to make sure that those items reflect the actual how magic they are. But again, at any time you can stick them back in and recharge them, if you will. But as you begin to rest up for the evening, now you're feeling a little more confident with some of the things that you've acquired, but also some of the things that you've been able to accomplish. You met some interesting characters, some of which you ganked the hell out of, and we will see what happens next time when we come back as you continue to make your way through Wave Echo Cave.
Woohoo!
Great game. That was awesome.
Great
Yeah,
game.
awesome.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
so
running.
much. I'm so tired, but thank you. It was awesome.
No worries, no worries. I'll let you guys go. It's all good. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoy some of the items that you found as well. I had fun creating those items. Yeah, so very quickly, so I can let my players go. Gonna do some really quick shout outs. We had two folks who actually followed us in between games, in between sessions. Definitely want to recognize them. Rose Garden Art followed us. Thank you so much for the follow. I actually know who that is. Just kind of a tease a little bit, but this is actually an artist, an amazing artist that we hired to do some artwork specifically for this group that some of you may get to see soon. And I would also like to thank Queer and Crafty Shenanigans for following the channel as well. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And thank you all of you who have stuck with us for today's epic adventure through the Lost Mine. And I can't wait to see what happens next week. It's gonna be so good. And thank you again to my wonderful players. Thank you for allowing me to run this game for you. This is so much fun.
It's awesome. We
Thank you.
enjoy it so much.
Yeah, as we close out for the evening, remember to please be kind to yourself and please be kind to others. Let's keep supporting each other and lifting each other up as we move forward. And as we end, as always, please, we're going to raid a fellow streamer that always shows us love and shows us support. So please, when we raid them, show them some love too. Follow them if you haven't already. But at the very least, just say hi, because all the people that we raid here are people that we know and that have shown us support. So we, again, lifting each other up is what we do. So again, thank you so much. We love you all, and we will see you